Welcome to Low Inc. Day 2 of August 2020. We are ready to get started here. But before we get started, we have a couple of little things to say. So, as you may have heard, we've really been spraying this. But after Low Inc. Grand Finals, which is in about 3 hours, we're going to have a huge announcement. So be sure you check out Grand Finals, and then after that, we'll have an awesome announcement. One more thing, we would like to plug a tournament that we are doing, the Low Inc. staff. We're trying out a new tournament called the Unnamed Tournament, and it is supposed to be kind of like a testing tournament where we try out new things. So that's next weekend. We'd appreciate if you join. Anyone can join, and the prizes will be physical stickers, a set of physical stickers, and we'll reveal what those stickers look like soon or at a later date. So I encourage you to check out Unnamed Tournament. The link's on the screen. But with all those announcements out of the way, I'd like to introduce ourselves. My name is JPEG. I'm joined by Devi. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi guys, I'm Devi. I think you guys know where I'm from mostly, but if you don't, I am the captain of WBG. And I'm back to commentate.
Yeah, I'm really excited to get into this because we have a pretty good first set here. We're going to be watching Persistence versus Xanadu. Persistence is seed 5, Xanadu is seed 12, but we're going to ignore that because a lot of people agree these teams are pretty evenly matched. Wouldn't you agree?
I would agree too, especially after what we've just coming from personal experience from what we've been against with both teams. They both definitely improved. They know how to show dominance at certain points, and it's going to be really great to see these two matched up to see who's going to take the win here. Yeah,
Persistence has been playing pretty well recently. They've gotten alpha a couple times, and I think I can say the same about Xanadu. But let's take a quick look at our maps here. This is a best of 5 for day 2. So we're going to be starting off on Sturgeon Tower Control.
That is, I know that's personally one of my team's favorites. It's a great one once you can get that tower down past through that court checkpoint. As long as you keep control of there, you can definitely take the lead, and then the other team, as long as you play really good defense, get the picks you need, you can always stop it and anything can happen.
Yeah, I think this map's super rewarding with pushes. Like what you said, like pushing on this map's really fun. I think once you get the ball rolling, it's just smooth sailing from there. So I think both these teams are going to have to be really careful of stopping each other's pushes early on.
Special combinations are also really important to get these key pushes off, especially after like the second checkpoint and all that. Because if you can successfully pull that off, then you're pretty much going right through to the end. I think we're just waiting on the one side to get ready.
Yeah, Xanadu ready up immediately.
Xanadu's ready.
They're ready to go.
Yeah, we're just waiting for Persistence to ready up and go. Anything from comps you're expecting from these guys? I think we're going to see Tetras. I think from Xanadu.
Nah, I'm not really sure. Like, I'm trying to think.
Persistence.
Nothing stands out to me immediately. I do know Persistence has a pretty strong backliner, but yeah, Bearpaw is in the it's in the room. I hate to be biased, but I do love me a good backliner, so I do remember Bearpaw.
Don't worry, I'm with you.
We were actually talking to Stormy earlier. Stormy's feeling good. He's the team captain of Persistence. He's feeling good. And one of the captains of Xanadu, he's actually staff of Flowing, so I do work with them a lot. So I am excited to see either of these teams compete.
Yeah, it should be.
Let's get into it. Start of day 2. Let's start off strong.
Oh wow! And there's the roller, the infamous roller that I definitely know of.
They run Ninja Squid.
I didn't see.
But regardless, we are seeing a Boozler on the side of Xanadu. You do love to see it.
Yeah, each team got one pick off the start. It looks like 2-2. These are going. It's really even start off right now.
Yeah, no immediate pushing yet. However, Xanadu is getting those quick jumps, so I think they're going to take mid control real soon here. And you might be able to see a push if they get all their specials ready.
Missiles coming out from the bamboo as the bamboo's just keeping turf and now gets 2 picks with the missiles and now takes tower. Those are great 2 picks. And it looks like this one from Persistence has jumped out. Xanadu off to a great start here on this first push, reaching that checkpoint.
Yeah, not to mention that they're already getting their specials back, ready to go. They're going to get past this first checkpoint pretty easily. Smooth sailing, getting the armor out, and a lot of their teammates are just pushing in.
I mentioned that both these teams have their times where they can become really dominant, and Xanadu had it there, although now I see Persistence. Yeah, Persistence got their defense back there, and they're now getting ready to go back. Counter. As they got 3 specials on the board, too. 2 Booyahs and an armor ready to go.
Yeah, Persistence has a great opportunity here if they can just identify where Xanadu is. Looks like Xanadu is not on the left side of the map. They're trying to go for a flank here, or at least go up top.
Ooh, that splashdown got cancelled there, off the roller.
I like Xanadu's approach here. They could have went head-on towards the tower, but they decided to go behind it, and it worked out pretty well for them.
I do agree, yeah. As they get the tower back, they managed to counter the specials that came in. You see the try adding some pressure off to the snipe there. Does get the pick on the roller. Ooh.
Bearpaw gonna get a pretty good pick there, but Persistence still having a hard time getting map control back.
Ooh, we saw the Tetras there come in just all on their own there. It just took on a 3v1. That's not really what you want to see, but I understand that they're trying to apply pressure to give the tower more time to move in. Bucket again is adding pressure to snipe. Once a bucket or Bearpaw with the 2 picks there. That was nice. And a Booyah coming out to stop that tower.
I think Persistence really needs to pivot off that Booyah. They need that mid control back. This bamboo is making that very difficult for Persistence.
Another thing about the bamboo is that it can pick off there, but it does paint relatively decent to help frontliners and support. Everyone in front of them just keeping the turf control. And with more turf controller, they're also shutting down the roller in that process. If you limit their paint, then you shut down the roller. Oh, wow.
Really good.
Another 2 down.
Yeah, what Persistence needs to do is get rid of that bamboo. Bamboo's providing a nice support for Xanadu to pivot off. And maybe they need to adjust their approach on this. Yeah, like we saw earlier, Xanadu definitely kind of took some more interesting approaches to stopping the tower, but Persistence is just kind of going head-on, being a little predictable about it.
They're kind of coming in and one at a time here. As you can see, like the roller just came down on their own. Persistence needs to group up here and come down together, but it's too late for that as Xanadu has come in and got the KO.
Yeah, and that's a really strong start for Xanadu. However, Persistence did show some signs of life here. I think they could turn around. But we'll have to see. And unlike day 1, this is a best of 3, unlike play all 3. So we might not see all maps here. But next up, we are seeing Snapper Canal on Clan Blitz.
Yeah, we do see Snapper on Clam Blitz. This one's always tricky because you've got quite a few paths to go in on this. So
Yeah.
it's,
We did
you
see
don't-
Xanadu likes to go more unusual paths, I would say.
I think so. I can't overly remember actually, but you can see if one way's unguarded, there might always be that one there that can sneak through. So you always want to have really good map awareness on Snapper to
Yeah, absolutely.
make sure you stop those sneaky ones coming in, because you might have that one that can come and be a distraction. You'll have the rest come in from another way. So you really have to watch out on all angles. which
Yeah, I've
usually-
had so many countless times where I'll just be playing on Snapper and then suddenly the basket will break and no one was there, no one was watching.
Yeah, you just have no idea where they come from, so you definitely need to watch out where that turf comes down and to paint up after it when you're coming out from, like if you just got scored on, when you're coming back from that push, make sure you keep your ground covered as you push forward, so then you can keep an eye on the map on where they're coming in the next time.
Alright, starting off round 2, Xanadu is in the lead right now. We can see Persistence will tie it up, or maybe Xanadu will get an even greater lead on Klimblet Snapper.
You see a jet coming out on the side of Persistence. I wouldn't be surprised if that's going to be a lot of Stingrays coming out.
Yeah, already we see a Stingray.
Yep.
We saw this yesterday, day 1. There was a jet squatch.
Oh, look at this. Look at this. The Tetra flank here. I thought they was going to go in and get the Stingray, but this is a lot better. But does get seen by the roller and picked off.
Yeah, we talked about this. Xanadu is going to be flanking on this map. Flanks are really strong here. So I think we're going to be seeing that quite a bit. But Persistence did a pretty good job identifying the problem there. Seeing some bubbles out. Not going to do a whole lot. They're just going to slow down Persistence a little bit.
That is definitely more of a defense measure there, and I mean that's not a bad place to use it at all. It does slow them down, and they did end up getting 2 picks.
Well, they're getting a few picks here, but was not around for the basket. And Xanadu is going to get a nice 20-point lead. However, that's not a whole lot. It isn't quite enough to warrant a strong lead.
They didn't really have a whole lot of follow-up there. I mean, they did take the advantage on the 2-down situation to get score, but now Persistence does have that pity clam on the standby to score. If they get a lot of clams, they can possibly get in 2 power clams with this.
Yeah, but they're going to have to get Xanadu out of their hair.
Yeah, they have to get rid of Xanadu first.
I already seen some bubbles out. That Ray's going to be a problem. It's going to slow him down at least. And I think Persistence trying to get that mid-control. A little too hasty there. Getting picked from the bamboo.
The bamboo's doing a lot of controlling work, and it's providing really well for Xanadu. Keeping middle painted, putting bubbles out for where needed. The bamboo's really putting in a lot of work.
And as we're reaching about 2 minutes into the match, Persistence very slowly getting mid-control. Another Ray coming out. We can see Ray gets a pick, but we'll have to see if Persistence can actually make it to the basket and get the power clam in.
Xanadu's 1 down. We see Persistence coming in from 2 different sides here. The roller coming in, but the power clam does go down.
Gets the power clam in, but that's not going to get him the lead just yet. There you go.
There we go.
Stormy sneaking in a couple of claims there, and that's a pretty good lead, but we're still halfway through the match. Anything can happen.
Yeah, we see the Zap here coming in, painting up. They have armor ready to go. Bamboo's coming in behind. Just see, here comes the armor. It looks like Xanadu might try to pull something off here as they're coming in as 1. That's one thing Xanadu does really well, is that they know how to come in together for a push.
That's incredibly important for Clan Blitz. You cannot go in one at a time. Unlike other modes where maybe you can get that, you can pull it off a little bit. Clan Blitz, you absolutely need your entire team with you.
Absolutely. And Xanadu does that really well. Even from scrims we've done against them, Xanadu knows how to come in as 1. But we see Persistence here, just gathering clams, keeping paint. They're looking for that way in. They're doing their best with the 3 specials. Out comes the Ray. Let's see if they can...
Ray and Armor. Everyone's favorite specials. We're gonna see some bubbles. We're seeing the Splatoon meta shine right here. Gets about 10 clams, 10 points. Excuse me. But Xanadu shuts it down immediately. Very, very good job on Xanadu's part with the 3 specials going out. All of them are still alive. All of them still have their specials ready. However, they're still not in the lead, so they're going to have to really work in overtime here. With 1 minute left on the clock, they need to generate some power claims and get scoring.
Yep, Xanadu is coming back in with a lot of pressure, and they've done that each time they come back. That was a nice splashdown.
That was a very good splashdown.
Back. Roller is still going on that Bamboo, but Bamboo takes 2 down there.
This might be a push. Persistence 2 down. That Ray's going to come out and slow them down. I don't know if that was worth it. But it did slow them down enough. Xanadu has 2 power claims. I think they could easily get a lead at this rate.
It's definitely possible. There is 1 member of Xanadu already in their base area doing some work. And here comes Xanadu with 2 power clams.
Persistence 3 down. Their 2 longest range weapons are down, so that's going to allow Xanadu to get in and just get a quick lead. With 17 seconds left on the clock, we're going to have to... Persistence is going to have to get creative here, using a pity clam. If they can even stop this push in time.
They're having some trouble getting these guys down. They finally take 2 down, but is it going to be enough time?
Not sure.
Persistence does have a chance here, I think.
Yeah, they have about... No,
they don't. There was 1 more in the corner by steps there. I believe, if I saw correctly. It was kind of hard to see, but I think there was 1 more in the corner there.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I didn't quite see it. But that's going to give Xanadu a 2-0 lead here. That's going to be 1 more game by Xanadu, and that'll count as a set win. But we did see a lot of potential from Persistence that last game. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them pull through on this next game, which is on Manta Maria Rainmaker.
Ooh, Manta's always an interesting one.
And I believe Xanadu is subbing out. Both teams may be subbing out.
Both teams might be subbing out here, yeah.
So we're going to see some new players, which makes it a little tough to predict comps here, because I don't quite remember who plays what off the top of my head. We're seeing Frosh join in. Frosh is a staff member of Low Ink, so good to see him play.
It's nice to see fellow friends here, and even commentating them, just seeing what they're all ready to bring. See what they've got. Xanadu's almost already readied up again. They just know they have their strategy. They have their comp. They're usually ready to roll.
Yeah, and I think it's an interesting point, because we do release the maps a couple weeks in advance, so teams are able to practice low ink maps, and you do see it. You see people asking for scrims. They want to do low ink maps, and they want to practice them. So a lot of these more serious teams will have their comps ready. Yeah, Xanadu's taking low ink very seriously this month.
I mean, any team who's striving to get banned definitely wants to do what they can to make it up there.
Yeah. But
so Rainmaker Manta.
Yeah, Rainmaker Manta. I was about to say, I say this every time, Rainmaker moves as fast as you can, so this can be a really tough mode for slower teams.
Really can. You find almost a lot of teams for this map mode don't run a backline at all, so I'm kind of curious if people are going to bring one, if they don't, because it varies per team.
Yeah, I personally would run one. Backliners just help at picking off. But as we see Xanadu not running a backliner, but we do see Bearpaw running the remix as usual. I love to see it.
Remix coming out. The Bamboo's still there. We do see a sploosh on the side of Xanadu as well.
Yeah.
It's gonna
That's going to be tough. That's going to provide so much paint.
That'll be a lot of street control if...
Seeing some flanks by Xanadu. Persistence just has to take notes here. Xanadu's been constantly flanking, but they do take him out pretty quickly.
The Tetras just coming in there, providing. You saw 3 people turn toward the Tetras, which I believe allowed Xanadu to jump on the other ones that.
Stormy with the incredible movement gets that Rainmaker away before it could cause any more problems.
That is a good shutdown as 3 do go down on Xanadu there, and Persistence takes the Rainmaker now.
And we are seeing Xanadu playing a lot more aggressive because they don't have a backliner, they have a lot of paint control, but I think Persistence has a nice defensive advantage. But that bamboo is going to stop the Rainmaker from getting anywhere.
The bamboos, like I said, it knows how to control its space. Ooh, that's a tough one for Persistence there. Going 3 down on their own side. This could be huge for Xanadu.
Not the greatest trade on the side of Bearpaw. That's going to let the Rainmaker get even more points. Stormy getting caught in the Rainmaker shot, leaving Bearpaw left to defend, and that might be a KO. Not quite. Wow.
Stop at 1.
Xanadu really wants this, but not enough. They're going to jump out.
They did manage to shut it down, and now they need to regain paint control and try to get that Rainmaker out of there. You see the bamboo in the corner painting up, and everyone's trying to get mid-control. And we see Bearpaw on the top on Mass there, trying to do some work up there.
Bamboo has missiles ready. Persistence ready to make their first push of the game, about halfway through.
That was an interesting Booyah, because Persistence went 2 down there. The Booyah was there to, I guess, open up street, but there isn't anybody to follow up with it, with there being only 2 at the time.
Yeah, absolutely. Persistence maybe needs to rethink their rethink how they use their specials, and getting a little distracted by this flank here. I do understand flanks are important, but you're giving up mid control there, so
I
have to strike balance.
You got to really focus on what's the primary target.
Yeah.
Because if a flank can be left alone for a little bit, that's great. Just make sure you deal with it again later, because they can be pesky. But always know what your main focus is.
And Xanadu here already getting started with a really quick push. Doesn't really defend the Rainmaker, but not a problem for them. They have 1 point left. I think they can just stall it out for the next 2 minutes.
Persistence now all together here, just making sure they keep their street clear. Popping the Rainmaker. Bearpaw's got a special ready to... Persistence has 3 specials. Armor has just come out. Oh, it looks like one's gone down in the street there. See if Bearpaw can maybe take care of the flanker, which they did. Takes 2. Nice job on Bearpaw there. Although, unfortunately, 2 of Persistence members does go down.
Yeah, I'm seeing Xanadu's comp is really shining here. You see, they're not really afraid of trades. If it means getting rid of the Rainmaker or stopping a push, they'll just go in. So, Persistence is going to have a really tough time getting a push going from here on out.
I agree. Persistence just needs to group together and do what they can to see if they can make a final push, as there's 1 minute left on the clock.
Yeah, and I don't think they identified the stamp that's behind them. Not going to do a whole lot, but, Xanadu, I think they understand that Persistence gets quite distracted by flanks here. And, see it right there. Now Xanadu's pushed up. And I don't even think they're going to grab the Rainmaker anymore. I think they're just going to hang on to mid control and deny any sort of potential push here.
That's honestly a good strategy here. Just stall out the time. Bearpaw doing a good job there, getting 2 picks again, although I'm not sure. Oh, the Booyah does get 1. He knew that there was one hiding there and used the Booyah for it. Although I'm wondering if that could have been used in another situation here. But in this case, it got them out of the way. But Persistence down here, it looks like Xanadu's gonna stall out the time here and keep Persistence out.
Yeah, and that'll do it. Despite the close game 2, Xanadu, and then this Rainmaker match, Xanadu does get a 3-0 against Persistence, letting them move on to another round of Alpha Bracket. But we do love Persistence. We want to see them next month. So We're good friends with them. We love Persistence. So good job, Persistence. We'll see you next month. And Xanadu, we wish you the best of luck in the rest of the tournament. So with that, we would like to say there is going to be a very special announcement after Grand Finals, but we're going to have to just wait. So I'm really excited for this to get announced. But
Lots
for now, for now though, we're going to take a short break while we wait for the next alpha bracket to get started, and we'll stream it. So see you then. Yeah. Looks like
That's
down. That's a wipe.
If they can keep this open, they may be able to get to 30.
And they still have 2 specials to spare.
Both ballers are still up.
Yes, I think we could see a quick turnaround here. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
Down to 15.
Oh my, 15. Wow.
They seem to be dominating mid already.
Yeah, we do see a charger. We do see a 1-for-1. Actually, a 2-for-1 inside the.
Good double. Yeah, by Destiny here.
This might be a triple.
Might be a triple. There you go, and that's gonna get them to
There
zone.
we go. That is a opposing recap, and this may be a lead. We do see the missiles go out.
9 clams. Yeah, unfortunately for Pufferfish Party, they're just not getting those picks.
And there are 3 remaining. If they're able to
clam right there.
get more clams.
Oh, and he just couldn't quite get it. You know, that's nail biting right there. If you were Pufferfish Party, that is scary close. That's 2. Those are the biggest picks of the match, possibly 3 right here. If they just can get more, the Clapples doing everything they can there, but they just can't do enough. And it looks like this match is gonna go ahead and go to the Furious 4. That is absolutely massive. The wall coming out. Can they get the lead?
And they
do just barely. But it's not over yet. They get 2 picks right there, just enough to keep them.
Rainmaker right there.
Yes, the Rainmaker does end up going down, but they push all the way to 39. Another nice pick by Jaden.
Welcome to Low Inc. Day 2. We're getting ready for Alpha Round 2. We're going to be watching Spider Swim versus Luau.
This is definitely a good match. I know some decent bits about both teams. They're both pretty strong and have interesting strategies that can definitely prove to put games into their favor pretty quickly.
Yeah, especially on Clan Blitz New Albacore. This is a pretty interesting map mode with how big it is.
I definitely, if we see Kippu there, I see Kippu coming out with a backline there.
Yeah, definitely.
The question is which one?
Yeah, looking at the rest of this set, we have some interesting maps. Port Mackerel Rainmaker, not a popular choice, and then we have Walleye Tower Control, also not very popular choice.
What is this set?
Honestly, though, I think both these teams just want a 3-0, get this over with. But regardless, both teams are getting ready now for Clan Blitz New Albacore. So I'm excited to see. It's always exciting to see the alpha players because Low Inc. is still a tournament for newer players, newer comp teams, but that doesn't mean alpha brackets always not exactly exciting to watch. It's the opposite. It's super fun to watch alpha bracket.
It's definitely, any bracket can bring the excitement. Doesn't matter what level or anything. Any team can bring the power. They can bring the action. Everyone's got the capability to do it. Just here we're seeing the ones who thrived the most in day 1, and now we're going to see who's going to make it to the end. Who's going to get banned today?
All these teams want to get banned, but only one can. Officially, technically.
Officially, yeah, we see.
we got a lot of rules in place for this. But we're getting in. We're getting in with game 1, round 2, and again, this is a best of 5. I said 3 last time, didn't I?
I think you did.
I meant first to 3.
First to 5, we got it.
First to 3, best of 5. There we go. My bad.
Now you're in order. Here we go with Clan Blitz Albacore. There we go. I approve of Hydra. There we go. And
yes,
then we see a jet.
Yeah, you definitely want the range on this map. This map
Absolutely.
is huge.
There's definitely a lot of paths to come in on Albacore, and just keeping control of those bridges is definitely the biggest thing to do.
Yeah, seeing a lot of mid control coming out in early Ray. Of course,
And
you
early
guys
Ray.
have that. But again, a lot of map control from Spider Swim. But 2 down on the side of Spider Swim, so that's gonna give.
It's actually 2 down on me.
I'm getting the colors wrong. There we go.
Inkjet's there trying to single out this one player off Spider Swim. This is quite the battle. Ooh! Coming out with that 1v1 win. That's quite a good, but then gets picked off.
Yeah, and that's gonna leave Spider Swim with just their Hydra remaining, but Luau still needs clamps to initiate a push here.
It's a good pick by Kami. Luau's got the clams as well. If the Tetra, they did get another pick, but gets traded there.
That's gonna put him down to 80 points. With a Ray coming out, that's gonna do a whole lot. We do have 6 clans coming in, and some jumps.
They're still going. Oh, one went swimming. The Tetras I was just about to say, the Tetras are still doing work in underneath the clam basket there, but then it got cornered by a bomb. So that was an unfortunate pick there, but Luau coming in strong there. That was a great push. Keeping the pressure up. They had 3 people there to follow up. Now they're down to 50. That's a great opening push.
Yeah, Spider Swim has a good opportunity to get mid control back, however, not winning a whole lot of 1v1s here.
Yeah, that does seem to be an issue at the start here. We've seen Luau winning majority of the 1v1s, keeping Splatter Swim back and from being able to do anything. See Ray number 3.
That Ray's going to be annoying. With this map so big, Ray is a strong choice, and that's going to be 3 down on the side of Spider Swim. Luau almost ready for another power clam.
Again, leaving the Hydra as the only one there, as Luau's taking the advantage here, as 2 of their members have already pushed in. Great pick on the Inkjet. Look at this pressure by Luau. This is phenomenal.
Yes,
Again, the
absolutely.
Hydra is the only one left.
Great communication, you can tell. Down to 50 points, just below 50 points, halfway through the match on the timer. Spider Swim really just needs to up their game, play a little faster, because Luau is just outplaying them right now.
Spotter Swim really needs to go. Oh, well, they got a wipe. Good defense, Spotter Swim.
That's what the Hydra will do. But
is-
they need to get that mid control. They need to play a little faster, get plenty of power claims, and save their specials.
They need to do what they can to separate a couple of the Luau members and get those picks. As we can see, there's the one there on the right. If they can get that one off, it's great.
Oh, two down.
Ooh, that's unfortunate.
Ray's super strong on this map. Even those claims, you don't see Ray much on claims, but on this map, Ray's good anytime.
Kami coming in here with the Tetras. Kami's been applying a lot of great pressure with the Tetras here that we've seen on the map, and does come in with another follow-up. You'll see the Zap or the Nozzle Nose coming in behind to help keep that pressure applied.
We did see some hints of great coordination, great planning by Spider Swim. It's just that Luau's doing such a good job shutting it down. So I think Spider Swim just needs to rethink what their priorities are. I think they need to get rid of those Tetras. The Tetras on the side of Luau have been a very strong pressure against them.
Absolutely, yeah. With just under a minute left on the clock, Spotter Swim just needs to take just a second to regroup and get that push in that they need, because they have the power to do it. They just have to get their way in there.
Yeah, they've shown that they can do it, but they really gotta pull through here. This last 30 seconds, get a power clam going, and they're gonna generate one with the Hydra.
They did pick off that jet. That can be an advantage there. Ooh,
No,
but
that's
does
a
get
really
that
key
kill.
pick.
Yep. Taking out the two backlines. The Spotter Swim did it first, but then Luau just was like,
Yeah,
nope, we're gonna do it too.
Yeah, Luau doesn't even want the claims anymore. They're just gonna jump off the map, not even allow Spider Swim to take the claims. It's a very underrated strat. You don't see that very often, especially in low rank.
And that is a very strong win for Luau.
Lots of potential here on both sides, but Luau really came on top here with their skills in Clan Blitz. But I am interested to see what other modes have in store for both these teams.
Oh yeah, this is only just the beginning. We've seen Luau applying a lot of pressure here, but I know Splatter Swim can do the same thing right back. We just haven't seen it quite yet.
Yeah, next up we are seeing Port Mackerel Rainmaker. This is a tough map to push in on, I would say. Defending is pretty easy if you don't get wiped. That's the thing about this map. This map is, if you get wiped, you lose. That's it. So you gotta be careful.
It's very narrow. I'm not going to be surprised if I will be surprised if they switch the jet. So this is the jet. This is the Ray Spam Jet's prime map.
Yeah, we saw a lot of Jet. We saw a lot of Ray last game. I think we're going to see even more this game.
It's not going to end. This is I think since the patch, I think Ray Spam Jet is going to be more common.
Yeah.
And it's going to prove to be a challenge quite a bit.
Definitely teams trying to switch up their comps. I believe a lot of them are taking their time choosing new weapons here.
It'll just be it'll be interesting to see what they're going to bring here. I can see Splatter Swim bringing a Ray out as well. I've seen them do it before. I think the main thing is also just to keep Splatter Swim just needs to have some more paint control, especially in the middle, just to keep Luau controlled.
And again, this is a best of 5, so we can see if Spider Swim will tie it up or Luau will extend their lead here.
See, Splatter Swim has the vanilla jet.
Yeah, not a bad pick. We did expect Ray, but missiles are still a strong option, especially with Toxic Mist. I've been actually using this weapon a little more for fun lately. Toxic Mist is underrated, actually.
It is. It very much is. Toxic Mist is a really great slowdown on small maps for things like Rainmaker and Tower, and I'm actually a little surprised that people haven't used it as more often as it was, because I knew it was popular in the past. But here we see
already going in.
Yeah, Luau's already in the base, and Splatter Swim's having issues keeping it back, as they've only got one member alive. This is going to be a quick KO.
Yeah.
Just like we just started talking about one thing and the match is over.
And that's the thing about Port Mackerel Rainmaker. They did get wiped near the end, and that will do it. That's just going to end it. This is a very small, narrow map. Coordinating your specials properly will determine the result.
I said at the start I was surprised that the race spam jet didn't come, so seeing the V jet was kind of interesting, but then also on the side of Luau, they chose the 52 Deco, which does have a ray, so I'm surprised for the switch, but I think just to keep the aggression up, that's why they made that pick.
Yeah. Next up we are seeing Humpback Pump Track Zones. I do like this map, compared to the rest of the set, so you can take a nice breather from the weird maps here. At least Port Mackerel Rainmaker. I think Luau just hated that enough. They wanted to get rid of that.
I think we said at the start just most of these ones. And if this is match point for Luau, I believe. So hopefully Splatter Swim can bring it back here. With Humpback Zones, you see a lot of back and forth action with taking back the zone, which makes it quite map mode top to see, like a top map mode to see. It has a lot of action on it.
Yeah. Especially compared to Clan Blitz and Rainmaker we saw last map, this map is definitely a lot more centralized. You don't really have to move across the map a whole lot. You really just stick around and keep map control.
You want to get up, keep control of the zone, and then make sure you move up to see if you can keep the other team back, try to shut them out a bit, but not to overextend where it'll put you guys in danger. Because if you have to
strike a really, really precise balance between those two.
That's it's hard to maintain, because sometimes you'll see some teams have the complete dominance, but they'll overextend, get wiped, and the other team will just come bring it right back. So it's definitely going to be fun to see what both teams are going to bring here.
Alright, getting ready for what could possibly be the last game of this set if Luau wins, but Splatter Swim's going to try their best to keep going, make it to other games in Alpha. They're going to really have to work in overtime for this one. Seeing no backliner on either side, this is going to be interesting.
We see a Dynamo and a Blob coming out from Splatter Swim. That is an interesting combo I have not seen in a long time. So I'm curious to see how this is going to work out for them. We see Splatter Swim getting the first zone cap.
Yeah, really strong start by Splatter Swim. However, they are 3 down now, so I think Luau has a good opportunity to get that lead quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. We see Luau coming back with the 52 Deco, which does have that bomb and ray, which they just used earlier. We see another one coming out, another ray. The Blob here is actually doing quite a decent job here. They were the last one up there, and they're adding a lot of pressure to the zone with the lobs, because you don't want to go near those lobs where you can get damaged and possibly picked off by another member who's nearby.
Yeah, I think Blob's a really good pick on this map. It's fairly tough to fight them, especially if they have the higher ground. And,
plus they use the bomb rush lob as well.
Yes. We are seeing some nice potential by Splatter Swim here. They're definitely a lot stronger on zones. So
this is what we've been waiting for.
Yeah.
We see Luau here actually struggling to get members of Splatter Swim pick this match. Although the Dynamo does go down, but
Are they going to get a penalty? Very close to earning a lead here.
it's really close. Luau is currently 2 down. Yeah, they got the cap.
Yeah, Kami out here. A little bit tough to play Tetris on this map, especially against a Blob and then Dynamo. High ground. Good weapons for a high ground.
And then you also have that try, which is also really good on like curved maps.
Yeah.
You have the upper. So this is a lot of paint pressure that Splatter Swim has, and it's proving useful to them.
Yes, Splatter Swim getting points now. Luau kind of struggling to get into the zone, but they're pretty close to capping here. Splatter Swim just needs to get back there. Not quite.
Yeah, they did go 2 down there. We saw the third one just get picked off, and the fourth is stuck in a corner here. Dynamo tried to apply pressure there, but does go down, so that is 3 down on the side of Splatter Swim. And now Luau is looking for the shut them down situation here.
Yeah, that was a really good play by Luau. I think they're in a really comfortable spot here, so Splatter Swim's gonna need to get creative, synchronize their specials. They do have a lot of specials ready, so I think it is a good opportunity to push in right now.
Oh, this is a good flank by the Tetris here. Didn't quite get the pick, but I'd say that if they did get the pick, that would be very key.
Not
But
quite. Very good job on the Dynamo part.
the Dynamo is very huge on this map. It just can apply pressure to every corner of the middle. It can go over the window. It's a huge painter. So you really got to beware of where it is.
We are seeing that 52, Deco, using the Ray. The Ray isn't going to get a whole lot of picks, but it does get him off the zone a little bit. So I'm not sure if it's the greatest pick, but it's still getting the job done.
It still is. Yeah, the Ray does apply the pressure to keep them around, but it doesn't. It can still keep them on the zone with how wide the zone is. It doesn't quite take them off, and it also isn't, as we know, it doesn't take turf back. That was a good pick on the Dynamo. Dynamo's the only one left here, though.
That could have been a KO there by Splatter Swim, but Luau still surprisingly close to getting another KO. This could be anyone's game at this point with 1 minute left on the clock.
Like I said, this is a match where you see a lot of back and forth action happen, and we've seen that already so far. Luau here now has everyone up, and they're trying again for to hold them back. And I see they aren't overextending or anything. They're keeping their distance just so that they're nearby zone if anything bad happens.
As I say, I was about to say no penalty on the side of Luau, but now they get it. So
Commentators curse today. Horrible.
That's not a good penalty on the side of Luau. They're gonna have to really wait it out for the points to pick down. If they can even cap the zone. Splatter Swim doing a good job keeping the zone here. That Dynamo's been working hard on in the zone.
Dynamo's doing a great job at zone control and keeping back, as now teams currently have even amount of numbers, so let's just see who's going to get the picks here. And Bucket comes in there.
Ooh. That's do it. Wow, Splatter Swim, a lot stronger on zones. We can see that here, but I am curious to see if they can keep up this momentum in other modes.
Luau had actually capped that right as game over occurred. So that's got to be a little bit no, we had the chance to bring back overtime. You could see the zone actually capped as game over came.
That's unfortunate on the side of Luau.
Very unfortunate. But we are going into game 4. Splatter Swim is coming back.
Oh, Walleye Warehouse Tower Control. This one's tough. I think we did see, some of those weapons that Splatter Swim picked. I think they would be strong here. Blob and maybe not Dynamo, but I do think Blob's a pretty popular choice here, relatively.
Yeah, no, I do agree. I'd say probably the vanilla Blob is a more common pick on this one than the Bomb Rush, but both still do the similar amount of work. We'll see maybe more Jets come back because Ray's also pretty dominant on this map.
Yeah, this map's just going to be a mishmash of everything we've seen in the past 3 games.
So we just have to see who's gonna. Again, this is another map where you really want to use your specials wisely as well, because they are your keys to pushing through certain checkpoints. Just because there isn't a lot of room to go through, and if you don't have the range, you definitely need the specials. Teams are taking their time to ready up this time around.
Yeah, this could be the make or break match. This could be a chance for Spider Swim to actually tie it up or Luau to win. Wow, it's high stakes here.
It's coming down to the wire. Just have to remember to take a breathe and not let the pressure get to them. There we go. Timer has ran out. Kick off. Now we're game 4, Tower Control Walleye. See a Nautilus coming out on the side of Splatter Swim and
A blaster.
all aggressive double zap blaster tetras. This will be interesting. Not a whole lot of range on the side of Luau, so this should be interesting to see. But they've got a lot of paint.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, seeing Spider Swim already getting a ray. We've been seeing CJ a lot, but this blaster kind of not getting a lot of paint, but providing a lot of pressure here.
I like the blasters actually kind of holding back a little bit, and just kind of they were playing the support there. That was actually quite a bit, quite helpful there, just to keep the Splatter Swim members back and helping fellow Luau team members pick them up.
Yeah, and we are seeing that usual aggression that we have been seeing from Luau here, but that raid's gonna not quite stop the checkpoint. They are past checkpoint 1. And Kami here doing a really good job.
Oh my goodness!
But just staying alive in general.
Taking on a 3v1, possibly a 4v1 there. Just did a lot of dodging, and just that is prime thing to do. Stayed alive for as long as they did. See Luau here keeping up the pressure from literally all paths of entry as they are moving the tower forward bit by bit and getting 2 members of Splatter Swim down.
Not to mention that they do have tons of specials ready. That's going to be a wipe on the side of Spider.
This blaster is now in prime position to keep control of the members of Splatter Swim coming in.
Yeah, we talked about concerns with map control and the blaster, but now that the blaster can just play around the whole map here, no concerns, just go for the picks.
Blaster is definitely another weapon that I forgot to bring up that's quite good on this map. Look at Splatter Swim. They were stuck there.
Ooh.
They were stuck. That was quite the lockout from Luau.
Yeah, I think Luau was a little upset that they lost the game, and they said no.
And just charged forward.
Yeah, they didn't stop there. That whole game was a push. So we're going to see Luau move on into Alpha Bracket. Splatter Swim, you did great. We'll see you next month if possible. You guys played, you all played incredibly well. So before we take a short break till the next match, we do want to plug our next tournament. So next weekend, we do have a tournament called the Unnamed Tournament, kind of intended for us to try out cool things and discover a little more about TOing. So you can sign up for that. Anyone can join. There's no verification process, unlike Lowing. Go check out links on screen right now. So go check it out if you are interested in trying out a tournament. But until then, we are going to take a short break until we wait for round 3 to start.
A very important pick right there. So the armor going down is going to play very. Oh!
In the bamboo, getting that shot on the 10.
You know, I take that back. You know, the thing about Tenebrella is like
Easily get rid of that penalty.
both of those clams. They've got 4, and they're all coming in
Oh.
right now. This might be a KO. It's a 1 versus 3. Oh!
And they shut down that power clam coming in on right.
The one player that did not jump, and it made all the difference.
Sure,
Alright, here we go. The push is starting. This Dynamo just trying to keep as much aim control as possible. They do get pressured by the Nautilus, and the Rainmaker shot. Oh, that. How do you not die from that?
That was doing a good job surviving. Oh my goodness,
God.
he is doing
That-
a good job.
That was. Oh, say that he dies. Oh, but it's 3. That is a wipe on the
That's a
side
wipe.
of Ink Pressure. Alright. It looks like Ink Pressure is being pushed back a little
Yeah,
bit.
getting pushed
Why
back a
does-
little too much.
Oh,
Baller fight.
Uh-oh. Oh, but he does get the upper hand.
Yeah, I think Ink Pressure had a little too many clams there. Oh,
there's a jump.
Unexpected jump.
Oh.
I keep that back.
Yeah, you always gotta watch Sneaky, because that can happen anytime.
Or are
here's
going to get the
what-
lead,
that's the lead.
push all the way to 29, make that more. That's a double right there for iCrane. He's able to get just a little bit more, and they get the pop. Can they get the KO all the way up to 10, but just not quite enough before they...
Welcome back. We are starting round 3 of Alpha Bracket, Low Ink Day 2, August 2020. That's too much stuff to say. But we are here watching Last Chance versus Xanadu. We did see Xanadu earlier in round 1, but first time watching Last Chance for today, so I'm excited to see what both these teams do.
There's never a point where there's too much stuff to say when you're commentating. But anyway, yeah, we're going into Last Chance and Xanadu. I personally don't know too much about Last Chance, but I think you do.
I like their icon.
Yes, their icon is fantastic.
But, yeah, I'll agree. I don't really remember too much about Last Chance, anything stand out, but we did see Xanadu earlier, and they had a very flank-oriented play style. Very coordinated. They're going to be a tough opponent if Last Chance has a hard time against that kind of thing.
Last Chance has to know how to deal with solid pushes, because Xanadu really knows how to do that as a group. Like I pointed out in the last set we commentated with them, they really know how to push in as one big group. But it looks like we are starting the match now, and on Zone's Muscle Forge.
Yeah, this is it's an odd map. You really have to strike a balance between like your aggressiveness and I would say range is an important thing too. I think having a backliner is a very strong choice because you can sit back in a safe spot and still be able to paint the zone. You can't see that for a lot of maps.
See Xanadu coming back out with a similar comp that they used last set as well. But
ooh, wow. Last
Chance getting a wipe.
This is
on
unusual.
Xanadu.
Yeah, we saw Xanadu fighting Persistence, and they were doing what they Last Chance just did to them. And aggro heavy here. Oh my goodness, getting picks here. Seeing a lot of Booyah Bombs. Lost aggro to specials just to slow down Xanadu.
Last Chance just pressed in and said, "You aren't coming back." But Xanadu here had a couple specials. See if they're able to work with it. They did get the Tetras down, and looks like Xanadu's slowly coming in. But nice pick from the heavy there. But they go 3 down again. Xanadu is just struggling, trying to get back in here against everything that Last Chance is throwing at him.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of nice picks off here by the heavy, and that's what I was talking about earlier. You can really just stick around on zone and be in safe spots while getting picks. And that's going to do it. That's going to give Last Chance a very, very strong first game here.
Wow.
Yeah, this might be a quick set, but I think Xanadu does have the potential.
I just think it's something that wasn't expected that but like Xanadu wasn't expecting all of that. Just got taken out right away, and it just couldn't come back from it. They did try and use the specials to come in there, but it looks like it did not go in their favor as they went down right after the specials were used to try to get that zone take back. But Last Chance also did have the range advantage from a couple of weapons there to definitely keep that lock. So it's definitely a good lock play by Last Chance.
Yeah, and we haven't had an opportunity to talk about our maps here, so let's do that real quick. Next up, we do have Manta Maria on Rainmaker. We did see this earlier in the set. I think was it Persistence for Xanadu?
It was. So we see Xanadu doing it again.
They were doing a really good job keeping the map control here. So I wonder if the same strat will work against Last Chance, because Last Chance seems to be a very formidable opponent.
Absolutely. This is going to be interesting to see who's going to get popped, what each team's going to bring out again, and what's all going to happen. Because as we can see, these matches can end in a heartbeat.
Yeah. And both teams quickly readied up. They definitely have their comps planned out here. But we did see Xanadu definitely readying up a lot more. And they already have a comp ready for this map previously. I wonder if they'll do the same thing.
Looks like there's...
Very similar, yes.
Yes. Again, Xanadu does have a lot of paint control, but we can see that Last Chance also has a similar thing. They're bringing out bubbles. And
yeah. Bubbles are good on street in this map. It's definitely a good way to get into the enemy base.
And look at this already. Xanadu has gone 2 down The two frontliners got picked off right away. So it looks like Last Chance are picking off those two that are trying to go in, flank around, and apply that pressure. So they're shutting that part down of Xanadu, which is a really big part of their...
Wow. Incredible kills there by Last Chance. Last Chance doing a really good job keeping the Rainmaker in the Xanadu's spawn. Getting a couple more points, not really prioritizing surviving. They just want to get it down even more. Only a minute down in this match, and Xanadu's having a hard time here.
Yeah, look at how they're positioned too. Like, even with only the two up there on Last Chance, they had complete dominance going down, just dropping it and dying. They still had the Splatling up there guarding it, and just for Xanadu to even get it out of there, it would have been really hard to do with the range watching over.
Oh, Xanadu trying to reset the Rainmaker, doesn't quite get it, and that's going to put Last Chance in a good opportunity to possibly KO here.
This is huge aggression. Like, the Heavy's down in the court, everyone is down there.
Yeah, and I can't even put into words how aggressive Last Chance is playing, because Xanadu, we saw this exact map mode earlier, and they were doing similar things against Persistence in round 1.
It's like they're taking their own medicine.
Yeah. But Xanadu has a nice breathing chance here to get some map control.
They did wipe Last Chance there and are now applying pressure to make sure people don't come too far in. But it looks like they're getting caught in the act here by getting pressed up too far from the objective and getting picked off.
Yeah, I think Xanadu's having a hard time picking up the Rainmaker, get something going. They are using missiles here, but nothing more. And with 2 left on Xanadu's side, it's going to be hard to get a push going.
They'll definitely be picked, as each team only has 1 special to work with here. Rainmaker's in the middle. Looks like Xanadu right now has the most ink control, but Last Chance here, you can see they're grouped together here. They're waiting for the right moment, is what it looks like, and just not playing any risk. Oh, that was a nice pick by Frosh. Nice flank over the jump there.
Yeah, I think Xanadu's starting to pull it together a little bit. You can tell they're starting to get a lot more picks, playing a little more smart. But Last Chance is doing an excellent job keeping them out of their spawn. I don't think Last Chance is too stressed about Xanadu pushing the Rainmaker.
They're in a good spot right now. They just have to keep up what they're doing, not do anything that's overly risky, and just keep their defense strong here. See the hammer coming in, trying to clear a path.
It doesn't do quite a lot. And that's going to put Xanadu in an odd spot, especially with the Rainmaker right there.
Yeah, getting picked off at the jump there. I didn't see how the Rainmaker went down. We saw the Sploosh there applying the pressure, but the Rainmaker went down behind him.
And what's tough is Last Chance has a lot more range than Xanadu. I think Xanadu's Boozler could help out in that, but Last Chance then can just perch on one spot and just pick off people coming in. So.
I think the Boozler's having a rough time itself, because we saw there just off the corner, the Boozler was on the left side from our view and got picked off there by 2 members of Last Chance. Xanadu has a chance here. They can possibly bring it back.
Getting lots of points, but it's not going to be enough. They really got to work here. Last 30 seconds. This is their last chance to be Last Chance. They do get the lead.
They did it!
Incredibly good. Oh my goodness.
That was a really great pick up and run in by the Rainmaker carrier there. That was the opportunity you needed. They took it, and they secured themselves the lead here. So now Last Chance. This is their last chance.
Yeah. But oh my goodness, I think Last Chance suddenly getting a little too comfy there. Now they're nervous. If I was Last Chance, I would be shaking.
We've seen how
you can see here, a little desperate to get into Xanadu's spot, and they get taken out. And that's going to give a win to Xanadu.
That was an amazing comeback, because you can see throughout the match that Xanadu has processed what they were doing. and then they took their opportunities to their advantage, and that is what got them the lead there. They
That's
had. Go ahead.
Go on. No, you go.
Okay, but yeah, they took their advantages. They had the few specials that they had to get that push in, and the person who took the Rainmaker just went for it, and that's what they needed to do.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta go. But that's gonna put the score 1-1, and we're gonna be moving on to the Reef Clam Blitz. I think this map's tough to play on sometimes. There's a lot of ways to go. It's a little tough to defend on this map.
Lately, you find a lot of people coming in around the left side into the base to score. Or they'll have one just come off to the left as a distraction, and then they'll pick another path to go in. But again, this one all really relies on your coordination and pushing in, because it can be guarded really well. So you just got to play your offensive cards right.
Yeah, Xanadu definitely showing a lot of potential with how they adjust their playstyle against a very formidable opponent. Last Chance definitely has a more unique playstyle compared to your average low team. So it's
Absolutely.
really impressive to see Xanadu be able to adjust on the fly here.
We've seen Last Chance's backliner play up really, really aggressively, and if they go up there, that's a huge problem for Xanadu to deal with that range if they can get up close enough. See, similar comp.
Yeah, seeing the same thing here. I think Xanadu's pretty comfy with what they got, considering they won that last game. So
They've been pretty consistent with this comp throughout the sets that we've seen them play, and I mean that's always good to have a comp that you're comfy with that works.
yeah. Seeing Last Chance here, not really getting any initial picks here. These last two games, they really went in at the beginning of the match, but now we're starting to see some picks down on Xanadu.
Yep, Xanadu goes 2 down right away here, and now Last Chance is picking up clams. Oh, the bubbles come out already, but get a pick with it.
Nothing to really start a push here. Just get some picks, slow down Xanadu so they can get clams.
I think that's their goal here. Clear out the road so they can make their push.
And that's the thing about the Reef. It's really hard to start a push on the road, but it is a good place to go.
It is. It's one of the prime places once you get it cleared out. But if you always have one of the ones who are quick, like the Tetras or the K-shot that can go around some of the longer ways, that's always another good way to follow up on as well.
Yeah, that's going to be tough for not unfortunate for you, Bomb, but that's going to be tough on the side of Last Chance. I think Xanadu's quick weapons are going to make it tough to start a push.
The Splatling here doing a good job keeping control on the corner of the ramp there. The bubbles applying pressure. Oh, Xanadu went 3 down there. This is Last Chance's time to go.
Yeah, but we are seeing Xanadu already returning. But 80 points down.
Ooh.
Maybe not going to get any more here. It is possible, though.
It's a good stop by Xanadu, as they did try to take the alleyway around to get more clams in, but just couldn't do it. So good job on Xanadu for stopping that and just keeping it at the 80 points. Wow. Last Chance already has 20 clams.
Yeah.
That is a lot. Always get clams.
Yeah, I think Xanadu, I've noticed they had a lack of clams throughout this game. Even though they were trying to push, they still didn't have many clams, like right now. But they do still have that pity clam.
A few specials came out from Xanadu there, the missiles and the splashdown. The missiles did kind of control a little bit, but we saw the splashdown get cancelled. Although Xanadu, did they miss?
Oh, that's the thing about this map, dude. I always remember the Reef clams. You just miss it. It's very easy to miss.
It's really difficult if you don't have the right angle on right in front.
But that gives Last Chance another opportunity to maybe extend their lead a little bit, and maybe they can play a little more comfy with the more substantial lead here. Seeing the bubbles come out.
We got 2 minutes left on the clock, and it looks like last chance. Oh, that was big!
Three down.
Bravo to the Forge there. That was a great bubble, great clear. Look at all these clams go in. That could be it.
This might be it. Xandu's coming in. They do have those quick weapons, and that'll do it.
Oh, that was a fantastic play by the Forge. The bubbles cleared the 2 and got the 3rd. That's what they needed, and they had all the clams to just KO that. That was a wonderful play.
Yeah, that'll do it. Last chance, really strong team here. Gonna be moving on in Alpha Winners bracket. Xanadu moving on to, I believe there is a Losers bracket. There is, yes, I'm the best TO. But this is going to be our last round commentating. So next up, you are going to see some new. No, I think this is our last one. Is this our last one? Oh wait. No wait, they have one more game. I thought Last Chance was in the lead. Oh, that's
No.
You should have stopped me. Nope, we got one more game here. This is a best of 3. Best of 5. 5. I need a nap.
Zone
Still
Star.
though, this will be our last game, so
Okay.
not last game, last set, and then we'll have some new commentators next up. So that'll be exciting.
Now we got Zone Starfish. This is always an interesting one to watch because teams have some interesting strategies going into this.
Yeah, but we did see Xanadu have a lot of potential in that game 2 and a little bit in game 3. So, zones could be their mode. We did see earlier in the bracket. What team was it? It was Splat or Swim. They didn't do too hot on other modes, but in zones they really dominated. So, every team has a mode they're really good at. But this could be it. We're starting possibly the last game. Last chance if they win, or Xanadu can tie it up and go on to a game 5.
Bringing back the Nautilus and the Remix combo, and then an Explo on the side of Xanadu.
Yeah, that's not a bad pick. Explo's really good on this map at keeping that zone capped.
It's
And
great for
Xanadu
mid control.
already gonna get that instant control.
We see the ends up pinning up for armor just to give Last Chance a chance to go in, and they're taking it quite strongly as they're fighting for that zone cap.
Yeah, we talked about this explode though. That just immediately stopped them.
Absolutely, and we see a flank coming around from the Tetras here. Tetra battle in the corner. Inkjet coming out. We see Xanadu is still holding that. Oh, that was huge.
Talked about Xanadu flanking earlier. Very flank-oriented play style. But Last Chance is not taking it.
The buckets are still holding control of the zone as much as they can. The Nautilus just can't keep up with the both of them, but now finally take it as bubbles have come out. But it's not going to last long. Xanadu have a really strong zone control comp here.
Yeah, absolutely. With those bubbles coming out, it's going to slow down Last Chance a little bit. That Nautilus just having a hard time. Yeah, doing a good job staying alive, but having a hard time keeping that zone. Getting some good picks for those Xanadu members that are kind of reaching out, trying to get into their spawn, but right now it's not working out too well.
No, they're getting pushed back there. Oh, we see a couple. We see
3 specials. Those bubbles may slow them down a little bit. We've seen an armor and a jet.
We saw a Booyah Bomb come out too, but it was just short of the zone. It landed on the street and not the zone. But the Remix ended up coming around for the flank and helping Last Chance get back into the zone there.
Yeah, Xanadu is going to have a hard time pushing back in. They have a very good comp for progression, but I think Last Chance's comp is pretty strong on the defense side with their armor, and their 2 Splatlings. Especially the Tetras too, that could push into their spawn.
Yep, they've got the range, and if they can keep control, it's great. But the Xanadu still come back in and take zone immediately.
Yeah. Unfortunate. Tetris going down, but that does give Xanadu the cap back, and they're still keeping that lead just barely. They want to get that penalty down, but that buoy bomb's gonna possibly not quite. That explodes just bent bubble.
And the Explo is now the only one left. Going back up, trying to do what they can to keep pressure.
Yeah, providing jumps too. That's gonna help out Xanadu hit the zone just a little faster.
Explo's doing a great job staying alive, keeping pressure up here. They're putting the bubbles out. They're doing everything right here.
Yeah, I'm noticing this Explo is kind of canceling out Last Chance's range advantage. Like, they're just constantly shooting towards those backline players or those more ranged players and not allowing them to push up anymore.
I saw the Remix move up there, and I believe they... I'm not too sure who got the pick on the Explo, but I saw the Remix push up there and add pressure to it with Xanadu's Explo going down. So now they're all just trying to find a way to get in as they trigger armor. And they are coming in together. This is something you always want to see, is have your team come in together and go and take that objective back.
Seeing a Booyah Bomb, but I'm noticing that Booyah Bomb just gets demolished by the Explo.
Yep, Explo 100% beats the
It's
Booyah
just so
Bomb.
interesting. Yeah, it's so interesting to see a single weapon just cancel out an entire special.
Even if it goes off, it paint controls much more.
Xanadu's starting to count down from the penalty. Now they have points and they're going to get that lead, but I think they want more.
They're doing their best to keep control as we see one member of Last Chance is on the other side doing a flank while the other three are coming together forward to meet up. And they do get that zone cap back.
Yeah, I think I'm noticing Last Chance is taking kind of an interesting approach here. Now they're on the grates on the left and right. I think they want to avoid that Explo.
The biggest thing, which I guess they already did, they took down the Explo there. Oh, 2 picks down that the Remix have got here. 3!
Yeah,
That was
this
a
could be a
quick
15
one,
seconds
Xanadu.
left. They're going to get the lead here.
This is quite the intense last 10 seconds here. Can Xanadu come back, possibly? The Explo's in place.
Booyah Bomb's going to make that tough.
Oh, the Explo's down. I think
Yeah.
Last Chance
That's a wipe.
got the last wipe. Yeah.
And
Strong.
Go ahead.
Strong fight from both teams that match. Bravo to both of them.
Yeah, for real. Very, very good last game here. And last game, actually, this time.
Yes.
But Last Chance 3-1. Xanadu's going to move on to Luzu's bracket, and they do have a chance to still win here. So I think Xanadu has a good chance here. But Last Chance moving on. I think next up we're going to see, I don't know, Last Chance is moving on and possibly fight Avalanche plus Takedown or Luau, whoever wins that set. But,
The Luau has won the set 3-1.
oh, I have to refresh my page then. So next up, you're going to be watching Last Chance versus Luau. But before we watch that, I would like to plug our tournament. We have a tournament this coming weekend called the Unnamed Tournament, kind of designed for the low TOs to kind of try things out. So if you play in Unnamed Tournament, you're kind of supporting experimentation here. Anyone can join with the link on screen. So I encourage you guys to look at it, check it out. But that's going to do it for Debbie and I. Debbie, do you have anything to say?
Not much, just thanks to all who are here. Stay tuned for the end of the tournament.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
we'll see you guys next time.
Yeah, we have a really important announcement after Grand Finals, so stick around.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the Low Ink Tournament. We are happy to have you here today, unless we aren't. I am Popgun, joined today by Kyo.
Hello.
Kyo, how you doing today?
I'm doing absolutely fine. I'm still pretty darn nervous because it's actually my first time commentating A in Low Ink and B actually in English. This is pretty much exciting for me. But yeah, we have Low Ink.
Yes, if this is your first time commentating, welcome to Winners Finals. This is your first match. Is going to be a very competitive one against Last Chance and Luau, two teams that are undefeated up to this point. We just saw Last Chance kind of out Xanadu with a very aggressive comp, even though they had a backliner. And Luau, a team that's just kind of a hodgepodge of comps, not really sure what to expect out of them other than Kami using Tetras, but everybody else, it's a total toss-up for what comps they decide to bring out here as we go to tower control at Black Belly.
Yeah, we saw both teams on the stream already. They both had a great performance, so I'm pretty much excited to see how both teams are going to compete against each other. I think the ink will fly very high in Low Ink, especially on those maps. Black Belly Skate Park on tower control will be the first one.
Oh gosh, this is such an ugly map mode. It's been a while since I personally played this one. I feel like the first checkpoint might be the hardest one to cross, just because it's kind of stuck in your zone there, wide open and exposed. But once you get up past that one, and then the second checkpoint's up at the top of the pipe, that one's a little bit easier. But this one might come down to whoever can clear this first checkpoint first, as we see no surprises coming out from Last Chance, and a grim range coming out from the side of Luau, along with a double in-zap. So a lot of paint to be putting on the ground for that grim range blaster on the side of Luau.
Especially on tower control, blasters are pretty much strong. But also a double splatling on side of Last Chance with the heavy and the Nautilus. So there is very much power behind that weapons.
Yes, but two players immediately going down. Make that 3 for the side of Last Chance as we see Surskit getting cancelled by a splashdown. One of the rare Tetris splashdowns that we've seen actually connect in this tournament so far. And that will actually end this push before the tower actually gets to that first checkpoint. So now Last Chance taking an opportunity to try to get past their first checkpoint, but it's going to be difficult to do with two players immediately going down, and Inky number 4 using a Booyah Bomb here, just trying to stay alive with it, but ultimately does go down as well.
They almost had that control. They had the tower, they had the normal tower and map control, but this was sadly lost now to Luau. Now they have a good chance to push at it, getting the first checkpoint cracked on, and now they pass through. But now they have to go through the pipe, which is, in my opinion, actually pretty hard to conquer, because you don't have that space as a frontliner to go and push through there, especially with two splat lanes on the other side.
We saw drift on the tower, but they had armor. It got directed by the inkjet and just sent flying to the wall. So that will end the push right there. But still, the first checkpoint does fall in the favor of Luau, as we see the Tri-Slosher sharking here, getting a pick on drift, and the tower's coming right back with that Grim Blaster getting a nice pick. You know, with the number of players alive equal for each team, this is going to favor Luau, who has the better painting comp with those double in-zaps. So they're going to be able to get a lot of map control here as they approach this third and final checkpoint, almost with ease here. As with it's actually a 1v1 here for the tower, but the checkpoint does go down with 10 points remaining. They can't find a way to kill this blaster, who is surviving on the tower. More players jumping in for Luau, make that the whole team basically here, but the blaster is the last one alive. The push will end right here, or it should, if they can finally find a way to pick off this blaster. But a lot of points there, Kyo, going for the side of Luau in this first half.
Yeah, that was an intense battle of the tower, defending the KO for Last Chance, or actually for Luau. Last Chance still alive, but 6 points, that actually hurts. Now they have to go through all the checkpoints in the next 2 minutes in order to have a chance in here. But they do actually a pretty good job. They're gaining map control all the time. But all players are still alive. Booyah goes in.
We're seeing the KAs going in the favor of Last Chance. You see the Tri-Slosher with 14 alone. Tri-Slosher being a really good weapon pick for this map. So even though they're getting more kills, it's not really resulting in a lot of points on the scoreboard here. In fact, they haven't even arrived at the first checkpoint yet. So a lot of difficulty trying to get control of the map here is the Last Chance as we approach about a minute left to go in this match.
Trades here, trades there. We see the players alive are well balanced on both sides. So yes, Luau has a good opportunity and a good advantage because they already pushed the tower that far. Still, Last Chance with the 3 checkpoint. 1 minute left on the clock. Time is ticking. But it's not the end of the day because we still have some games to do today. So Last Chance can still take that.
Yes, the tower deep on Last Chance's side now as we approach about 30 seconds left to go. We do see 3 players immediately going down for the Last Chance though. So this might be a KO unless the Tri-Slosher can pull off a sick quad, and Tri-Slosher does go down, and so will the final checkpoint. So game 1 will go in the favor of Luau.
It was well pressured by Luau, actually.
Yes. A pretty back and forth game. Again, you look at the KAs here as they pop up on screen. Actually, it's not really kind of even out there towards the end. But I guess when we see a team like Luau, who we don't really know what to expect, they can go anchorless at any time. They can bust out an anchor with the comps that we've seen. It's going to be difficult for Last Chance to kind of adjust for it. You saw the last comp they had there was more of a defensive comp that was built more for getting a lead early and then trying to hold on to it. So giving up that huge lead that they did halfway through the game, they don't really have the comp to kind of overcome something like that, at least for that game.
Yeah, and we already have seen that. Last Chance really didn't get the 3 checkpoints in time. It was really defensive, as you said. And the plan didn't work out, sadly, for Last Chance, so maybe it's going to be a much aggressive comp for Last Chance, if I might predict that, but we'll see it now.
It might be hard to do, considering we're going to Albacore Hotel, a map and mode that used to be required to use ballpoint back in the day. We do see the remix coming back out. And we do see, is that a C-Jet? If I can look, it is a C-Jet. That is Sir Skit, who was using one of the N-Zaps, switching to C-Jet. We've seen Sir Skit use the 52 Deco, so a lot of different weapons in Sir Skit's arsenal as we see the zone. And Kami immediately going to Luau. A zone can go into control for Last Chance initially.
We do see Last Chance is really playing aggressive right now. They have learned from the tower control game earlier, and now they have the first zone, but it goes right away for Luau with their opportunity to score and to keep the zone. But Inkling with a good splat, and can he get the Tetra with the help of the Inkjet? Yes! Inkling does with the help of the Inkjet. That was nicely done from both players at this point of time.
Yes, Tetris player on Luau, very annoying. One of the best Tetra players in this tournament, going up against one of the other ones, obviously on the side of Last Chance. But a nice play by the Nautilus player to come back and help deal with the Tetra players before going for the zone. As we do see 2 players going down. we see Inky here, Inky number 4, actually playing like Inky number 1 with these picks that they're getting. Not having as much issues as they were last game now that there is an anchor on the other team, so they're going to be throwing less bodies at the remix this time around. But that Stingray, Sir Skit already getting off 3 in this game, has been paying some dividends for them as they will look to cap zone here? Question mark? Yes.
Inkling number 4 with some damnly good self-defensive work here, but still gets picked by Luau, which still has the zone. 69 points, nice. Plus 21 though, and last chance currently looking for the zone, but Inkling is last. And they didn't get the zone.
That is a delayed wipe that Luau just got there, so they will be able to eat through their penalty points and possibly take lead here if they can find a way to get a few more picks before last chance builds up their specials and gets into position. We do see the Booyah Bomb coming out here, but the Nautilus going down, and the Booyah Bomb has to be used on the Tetra players and instead of the zone, so that will give the lead to Luau. Man, we see Kami, the Tetra players from Luau, off screen right now, but constantly being an annoying pressure that Last Chance is having to focus a lot of attention to, and that is keeping pressure away from the zone. As we see a lot of points getting pulled out. Now a nice splashdown will give control to Last Chance, but a pretty huge lead here for Luau with about 2 minutes left to go.
And this is one of the important sides of New Abaco Hotel, because the towers place is really darn annoying. You don't know when the frontline is going to strike down, as you have to keep an eye out for that position and not for the zone. It's pretty much annoying. That's why frontliners are mostly on the tower side, even me. In the end,
we do see the lead going back, and most players going down. This Stingray's not going to be able to paint the zone at all. So Last Chance was able to get a nice push there and get the KO to even up this winners finals at 1-1. The Nautilus doing a great job. We talked about Kami keeping pressure away from the zone. Nautilus, I don't even want to attempt to pronounce that name. I'm going to get it wrong. For the side of Last Chance, able to do just that, keep pressure away from the zone long enough for the rest of the team to get the picks needed there for the KO. So a KO coming out from each team to start the game, or to start the match, as we move on to Game 3, which appears to be Rainmaker at Piranha Pits. I think we'll see some more Stingrays coming out for this one.
Yeah, it's a pretty long map, so Stingrays are maybe going to be the main course of this map. But going back at the last game, we saw Last Chance with almost the same comp with both the Splatlings, but they played more aggressively. Maybe it's just the map, because Black Betty Skatehawk didn't really give much opportunity to get this aggressive gameplay on, and New Abaco Hotel a little bit more, but Piranha Pit also gives the opportunity because it's very nice and flat and long and gives much opportunity to flank.
Yeah, we haven't seen, at least from the very little that I've seen of Last Chance in this tournament, we haven't seen too much variation of what they want to do. They want to do remix, they want to do Tetras, and yeah, they've been sticking to that Nautilus pretty lately, but also have been busting out that Forge Pro. I remember seeing that last set as well. So, but they are going with the vanilla heavy as opposed to the remix this time around. Makes sense, obviously, for the Stingray. Luau sticking with the C-Jet as Sir Skit busting one out in the first 10 seconds already, trying to get a pick or two. Looks like he does tickle somebody on the right side there. The Tetris player does go down. So it looks like we might get an opening push here. It's just a matter of Sir Skit feels safe enough to pick it up or not, and he doesn't, backing off. And that will allow Last Chance to get control of their side of the map. Kami being so annoying, and we'll get a trade there with the other Tetras before going down.
It's anyone's game right now. The Waymaker isn't picked now because the field is still contested on both sides. They still have to make a good opportunity to work with. Norizuke with a great bubble splat, but in the end only gets the trade done. And Zap makes sure that it doesn't get more done.
The Kami from Luau jumping in with the Tetras on the right side, able to get the pick on the Rainmaker there, but this push isn't over for Last Chance as they're looking to just kind of paint space for them. You see the Tetra player for the side of Last Chance looking to get a pick here too, but a lot of players at Luau jumping over to it. That's going to force the Tetra players out and the Rainmaker to reset. So that ends the push for Last Chance, but they have a lot of players left alive and Stingray online ready to use. And it's coming out right now, so it's just going to be a matter of who can get the picks needed here. And it looks like even though Luau lost 3 players, they will get the lead. But definitely not a comfortable lead for how quickly you can score on this map.
Definitely not. 61 points, it's not that much, and it's Waymaker. The mode where actually everything can happen. You cannot expect anything, or you cannot predict anything what's happening right now. Still a pretty contested fight, anyone's game still, although Kami is pretty much on the front line here, being annoying as a Tetra, and they get it forward to 42 points left.
Yes, that's a much better lead if you're Luau. Getting up that ramp can be extremely difficult to do at times, so just getting it up there is a victory that they can kind of be comfortable with. Now, I don't think they do get it in like an awkward, far away spot. Oh, was he gonna land in the water?
He was.
But if Last Chance, I think with the score it is, I don't think they have to get all the way up to the ramp on the other side. I think they just got to get close to the wall that's on the ramp and just get halfway up it, and that might be enough to get lead. And with 2 players down now, they'll have the opportunity to do just that as the Stingray is coming out, but a counter Stingray from Last Chance. So we have a Stingray battle, and the lead will go down. And but like I said, they didn't even have to get up the ramp. They just got halfway, but closer to the wall was enough to get them all the points they needed to get lead there. And Luau looks like they are able to kind of clear out everybody to give them space to get the Rainmaker in a more safe position. But with a minute 30 left to go, that's a pretty big lead for Rainmaker for Last Chance here.
It's really a back and forth. The second lead overtake in this match, and they still want to do some things done. 2v4 situation right now in the favor of Last Chance. Norizuke trying to flank the Waymaker, but gets greeted by 2 splits and a good timer from Surskit with the Waymaker, and Surskit is approaching the goal.
Yes, it's going to come down to the Stingray, though. Can the Stingray get the pick? They do! In just the perfect amount of time. The Inzap does go down. I don't know if the T-Tech was jumping in or not, but that will end the push. A very clutch Stingray coming out from the side of Last Chance from Inky number 4. And with about 30 seconds left to go here, Last Chance is going to need to get that Rainmaker back to mid. It looks like they're going to let it reset on their own. They see a flank coming around on this right side. But that player seems to have disappeared. Oh, well, actually, the T-Tech is still over there, but they do finally get that pick down. But Luau does pick up the Rainmaker, and actually, the Stingray player for Last Chance is the one who died. So they're not going to be able to have Stingray in time, but the bubbles are going to be just as effective, getting the pick on the Rainmaker. But with 2 players down on each side, Luau's desperately trying to pop the Rainmaker. They have to pop it and pick it up in the next 3 seconds. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to do that. So this game going into the favor of Last Chance, who is now 1 win away from moving on to Grand Finals. In a very close Rainmaker game, like you were saying, KEO, was going back and forth the entire time.
Yeah, and this is actually the best example why streaming, or actually why streamed tournaments are so much fun to watch, because it was really everyone's game. You don't even know what's going on. Okay, it's Waymaker, but still, it was very, very well done from both teams, and I'm pretty much excited now to see how Luau is handling the match point situation in favor of Last Chance.
Now, whichever team does lose this set is not done. They will be automatically in the losers finals, but both teams would rather win this set, obviously, to go into grands as the winning team. We're going to be moving on to tower control at Sturgeon Shipyard. I think it's safe to say that we're going to see that remix coming back out from Inkling number 4. But the real question is, what is Luau going to do? Are they going to bust out that double in-zap comp that we saw them use the last tower control game? Well, they spent 2 seconds to ready up, so maybe we're going to see more of the same from Luau here. Actually, both teams readied up. They're okay. I'm fine. Let's get going. They know what they want to do. That's great.
Both teams with a really stale comp. This might be a good thing because you can get more consistence with that, but it gets easily countered if you play against a team which has a more variable comp and can counter pretty much things. But we see at Luau with the double ANZAP, as you might have predicted.
Yeah, this is the same exact comp from the Black Belly game, tower control, from both teams. So that explains why they rated up so quickly. Luau saying, hey, it worked before, let's do it again. And Last Chance saying, well, this is all we really know how to do, so we might as well just try it again. But 2 players going down for the side of Luau. Make that 3 with the nice fall off from Inky number 4 here. Getting a Booyah Bomb off as well as another player going down. So Last Chance, like we said, Last Chance needs to get this lead early with the comp they have because it's built more for defense against this more aggressive comp that Luau has. So if they can find a way to get a good push here, maybe get past the first checkpoint, this game's going to be much more favorable to them than the last tower control game was.
Especially on Sturgeon Shipyard, the game gets much faster, but Drift with the flank and gets the job done. Not quite, but still a good job with the ANZAP. Wow, with Last Chance getting the chance stripped away to push that far. Kami gets the splashdown denied. And this really looks like Luau has the chance to get the 2-2 and move on to Silver Scrapes.
Yeah, 2 players going down, so that will end the push right there. But man, if Luau wins this game, you're going to have to look back at that play that Drift played with that in-zap there. In a 1v3 situation, was able to take down 3 players, ending a push that almost certainly looked like was going to clear a checkpoint. But now, it's all Luau right now, as we see the remix player, the last player alive, fighting people away from the tower. Luau, with everyone alive, just loses an in-zap there, and this checkpoint number 1 falls rather quickly, and that is a huge checkpoint to get across. Now, the second one and last checkpoint is very difficult to get past as well, but Luau finding a way to clear that first checkpoint almost effortlessly is going to pay off big dividends down the road here.
Yep, last checkpoint now for Luau. They're approaching it, 40 points down, and it gets down to 39, but we see now Last Chance really has to change up the gameplay now. As you said, it is actually a really defensive comp, and now they don't have the lead, so it might be that in tower control the plan doesn't go well, getting the early lead and then defend that well. It could work, but apparently it doesn't, so they really have to change that up.
Well, their first step is going to have to be getting back control of mid, which has been in favor of Luau ever since we saw Drift get that triple. And we see W getting some nice picks with the blaster here. The Tetra players kind of cut below. Oh, and it goes down underneath the mid there is the blaster, and Surskit able to jump out. So this will be the first legit push we've seen in a while from Last Chance, as they do now finally have control of mid. It just comes down to can they get past this checkpoint that Luau is swarming all over. That Inkjet along with Booyah is not going to be enough to help out Last Chance get past that checkpoint. So a nice stop there by Luau, whose aggressive comp came out really strong there in that defensive position they found themselves in.
Yeah, the first checkpoint is now the precious treasure now for Luau, as they wants to defend that well and push the tower right even more, so Last Chance is going to have an even worse time to get the lead. Inkling number 4 with a good splat. And now Last Chance has the opportunity now to catch the tower and maybe get the lead when they push enough.
Yeah, but they don't. Okay, I was about to say it looks like they're just not comfortable pushing this tower yet. They wanted to make sure they found and killed that Tetra player before doing anything. You can see that the flanks Luau has been pulling out has really caught Last Chance a little flustered here, as they just don't feel comfortable doing anything. They are at this checkpoint here. They are about halfway through, but then the blaster from the right side. It seems like Luau is playing with 6 players right now, and Last Chance just can't keep track of all 4 of them at the same time. It is so with armor coming out here about 5 seconds. This one should be game, as I don't see a way Last Chance can get back to the mid there. What an aggressive display by Luau, as they proved they're the better team for tower control. But now we're going on to a decisive game 5, which I don't know what the map and mode is, quite frankly, but
I can check because I don't know it either.
But you look at the KAs there, once again, it's in the favor of Last Chance, but the win it was very comfortably on the side of Luau there, as we do go to Port Mackerel at Clan Blitz. I was about to say, we haven't been to a Clan Blitz game yet, so that's an ugly map combo there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what I actually said every time when I was participating in Lowing, I always said Clan Blitz on Port Mackerel is actually a crime. Because it is really ugly to play with. Scoring is pretty much easy because you have so much space to control as a frontliner and just let the others score, which we did with Trick or Treat. It's a really ugly map. It's really an ugly map. And
yeah,
Port Mackerel in general, in my opinion.
So Last Chance, I think we can kind of assume what they're going to do. The only interesting thing is they're going to do Nautilus or Forge for the bubbles. But Luau here, we haven't seen him on Clan Blitz. I don't really know what to expect. This could be a C-Jet map, but I don't know if Surskit, having lose the last 2 games with C-Jet, is going to feel comfortable busting it out here. And instead is going to go with the 52 Deco. A rather ugly weapon, but I mean, if there's one map that 52 Deco can be effective on, is probably Port Mackerel, so I guess that makes sense. But if you look at the aggression that Luau's bringing out here, their longest ranged weapon is going to be Kami on the Tetras. That is insane.
Actually, did Last Chance just abandon the Nautilus now for this game? Because I don't see a Nautilus.
No, the Nautilus player has been using Forge back and forth, so it looks like they're going to be opting to go. Oh yeah,
you were right.
It looks like they're opting to go with Bubbles for the Clan Blitz mode. But yeah, I could have seen Nautilus being used here as well. As we see Kami sharking around on the right side, is able to get a pick and lands one of the rare splashdowns we've been seeing. You know, we haven't really commented. There's been a lot. Each team has a Tetra's main on their team, but we haven't really seen any Tetra 1v1 on stream yet. It seems like both of them have been trying to avoid each other. Kami's just been kind of all over the place. It just hasn't bumped into the other Tetras yet.
Actually, we got one already in Piranha Pit, where the Tetras were battling each other at the far left side. But nonetheless, W, as I can say that, gets bubbled by Norisuke. But still, Last Chance suffering 2 super clams from Luau, now going down with 60 points, an optimal push in Clan Blitz, as you can compensate then 2 super clams from the other side because of the Teddy clam and the normal clam, which Last Chance will produce. I guess Norisuke with a has a bit of a tough luck right now with the Tetras having ink armor.
Yes, there's 3 players going down for Luau now, and Stingray online. Stingray can be a very effective special to use to kind of clear out the zone, but the person using Stingray for last chance is the one also holding the power clamp, so you're going to need that Stingray to end before they can advance in to try to score. And with the Tetra players going down, it looks like that last chance is not going to take this opportunity to try to push in. Instead, going to try to play defense, as we see Kami once again just holding the attention of players, because they know that Kami is over here on the left side, and they're sending a lot of focus over there. But it looks like, now we see Kami shifting over to the right side. But there's a lot of specials coming out. They will get the pick there with a second straight Stingray that we've seen in about the last 30 seconds coming out from the heavy. And with 2 players going down, this might be last chance's first chance to get a legit push off here.
Wow. What we actually do see, both Tetris are pretty active and aggressive. They just everywhere. They're just literally everywhere. But last chance now with the push, but only 1+1 in, 77 down. Are actually left on the counter. Barrier is back up, and this gives Luau a good chance to make the doors shut for the winners.
Yes, the clam economy heavily in the favor of Luau right now, as we see the Stingray coming out, trying to get a pick or two, doesn't quite get that, but does force players out of position long enough for Luau to get some points on the board. Can they get that other power clam? And they do, and that is huge. That gets them to just under 40 remaining. W finding ways to get a few more clams in there as well. So last chance having a lot of difficulty clearing out their base here. We see one player is going down, but with 1 minute left to go, last chance gonna need to find a way to get a lot of clams here and find a way to use the Stingray effectively to create space so that they can get in there and get some points on the board.
We might not forget, this is Clamblitz. This is actually one of the most where you can easily lose on overtime by one slight mistake or oversight. So both teams should still go 100% and not just like tower control or Waymaker. Yeah, we won that. They really have to watch out for the next pushes, but Surskit with a good job with the Stingray getting one of the super clams and pushing much farther for last chance. So I think this might be good in favor for Luau right now.
Well, 2 players did just go down. As you see, Surskit just trying to get rid of clams. They're playing more defensively right here. Last chance, I don't know if they realize this or not, but this is their opportunity to make a play happen. They've been playing a little bit nervous this whole match, it seems like. And now is their opportunity to find a way. And with overtime, they don't have much chance here. They get bubbles coming in along with the splashdown, so everything's kind of aligning just right. They do pop it, and they just need one more clam to take the lead. They get all the kills they need, and they do get the last clam in there. So a dramatic finish to this decisive Game 5 goes in the favor of Last Chance, who has won the winner's side of the bracket and has advanced to Grand Finals. This is not their last chance today. Last Chance advancing and waited until the last possible minute to do honestly their first legit push of the entire match there. They waited a long time to do it.
And this is actually legitimately exactly what I was talking about. Clamblitz, it's just not over when the clock strikes 0. It's overtime, and it's really a great chance to push for both teams. And Last Chance really showed that with a good push against Luau. Managing the 3-2 Silver Scrape win. It was really darn intense, a back and forth as we have seen on Piranha Pit 2. This was really intense. Never seen such a great game.
That final game, or that final push there, we had seen Last Chance on their heels basically that entire game there. They're basically trying to find, it was like they were kind of hunting for ghosts. Who's flanking this time? Where can we get things out? But it was at that last second there, we saw Luau not trying to put their foot on the throat and go for the win, but instead playing very defensively. You saw them chucking away their clams. They had given up on trying to get one more push in and instead just focused everything on defense. But with the bubbles coming out, along with the splashdown, along with the stingray, there's just nothing that Luau could do to prevent the inevitable there. So Luau is going to be in losers finals. We are going to hop over to the losers bracket. I was told that I needed to plug something every single time before we went to a break, so let me see if I can find something to plug. I believe it is the unnamed tournament, which is going to be next weekend, Saturday at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. This is a tournament that is hosted by the Low Ink staff. However, this is not a low ink tournament in the sense that everybody is allowed to play this, which means staff doesn't have to spend night after night after night verifying all of you guys, which is awesome. So feel free to sign up for that. That is on Smash GG, not on Battle5. And I think I did a pretty good job plugging that, don't you?
Yep. You absolutely did.
That's awesome. So it looks like we're just going to take a... it looks like we are going to be taking a short break, but we're going to be right back because we're going to try to hop in on the losers bracket.
And join the unnamed tournament, or else Sippy is going to sip your life force.
Sippy life. Now, somebody... I'll take you guys behind the scene. Are we taking a break, or are we just hopping right into this here? They're waiting for us. Okay, well, let's just keep going then.
I'm going to sip my tea.
You do that.
I took a lot of preparation for today.
That's good. So it looks like we're going to be bringing you guys round 5 of the losers bracket. What is that in terms of... Okay, so this is the semifinals of the losers bracket. Team Raizen? That's got to be Raizen. That can't be Raizen. Versus Ink Pressure. Both teams are readying up. I don't know much about either one of these teams. I think Ink Pressure is made up of a lot of players that are formerly of... what was that team's name? Leviathan Warriors. That's who they were. Team Raizen. As I look over this roster, not too familiar with these players, but we'll get to know them. We'll get to know them pretty quickly.
I actually scripted against Team Raizen. They were actually pretty strong.
You're saying Raizen, is that right?
I don't know. Team Raizen, it's
Don't worry, somebody's gonna call us out in chat and tell us we're idiots anyway, so yeah. We'll just stick with whatever.
Yep. But I scrimped against them early on, and they were pretty much strong, especially when pressuring. We really didn't have a chance, so they actually have a very good chance in my eyes against Ink Pressure. But Ink Pressure also not to be underestimated. We saw them on stream today already, right?
I don't think so. No. They played Port Rakume, then they lost to Xanadu. So no, we haven't seen Ink Pressure on stream yet. So they beat Port Rakume in the winners bracket, lost to Xanadu 3-2. Oh wait, Xanadu's not here. They must have lost. Oh, Xanadu lost to Team Raizen just now, 2-0. Okay. How did I miss this? Ink Pressure knocked out Avalanche, the runner-up from the last tournament. So wow, both of these teams. I guess it's not fair to say they pull off upsets, but both of these teams kind of knocked out more well-known teams in this tournament here. So, and Team Raizen knocked out Persistence earlier in losers brackets. Okay, so we got some pretty good teams here coming in. Some pretty good new teams that we're going to get a look at. So this is going to be an exciting one to watch.
Absolutely. maybe
this-
we're going to see a back and forth in all, maybe in all 5 games, like in Last Chance against Luau. It really was intense. And if you said that all the teams have beaten well-known teams, then it will be heated, of course.
We're getting I'm getting some info from my sources here. Ink Pressure is a full Latino team, and somebody's talking about a Spanish Grand Finals. I honestly don't know the nationalities of a lot of these teams. Maybe we should add a flag feature or something. That'd be interesting. But this is once again losers semifinals. As we, why are we waiting for them to join the room? Did they start game 1 or something, and we're just gonna hop in after that? 'Cause they're having. That is my assumption, is that we're gonna hop in the middle of this set.
Yeah, maybe a misinterpretation, because on the results announcements, it said that the teams may play freely as soon as both teams are ready, bar the losers final. But we are actually at the losers semifinals. I always say Luna for whatever reason. So maybe it's a bit of a misunderstanding. Although on Battlefy it says wait till you're told to start by the TOs.
Well, we don't always get to show the losers round 5 or semifinals. It kind of depends on when the stream ends on the winners finals. If we have time to get to it or not. And, we don't want to just hop in. You're going to be streamed. Okay, so it looks like we are going to attempt to get them into the stream lobby. I don't know. We might be in the middle of this set. For all I know, I mean, they started talking to each other about 20 minutes ago at this point, so I would assume they've already got a game or 2 in. But this set is going to be a best of 3. Since it is in the loser semis, we want to get these games over with so that we can, so that Last Chance doesn't have to wait forever for their grand finals opponent. But yeah, at this point, we're just kind of trying to get contact and get them in the room. And in the meantime, we'll just kind of talk endlessly about nonsense, I guess, because maybe we should have taken that break. I don't know. What kind of tea are you drinking on?
Sipping the tea like a sippy.
Sipping the tea like what kind of tea is it?
It's, oh my god, damn, I have to translate that. It's quite in German. I'm sorry.
That's fine. There's what am I missing here? I guess we could just commentate the chat for a bit.
It's,
Looks like Little Pet Frog has redeemed literally nothing for 20 points. Has redeemed literally nothing about 5 or 6 separate times here for 20 points. So that's about 1,000 points that Little Pet Frog has used there for literally nothing. I don't know if that's a best use of your points there. It doesn't seem like a good trade-off. But we'll keep you updated on that point situation.
The tea is actually Westbury Waldmeister.
Westbury Waltmeister?
Yes.
Okay. What flavor is that?
It's like raspberry.
Oh, raspberry. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Bear with us here. Folks.
Like the raspberry pie.
I was born in southern United States, so English isn't really my first language either. But we're figuring some stuff out here. It looks like some players are joining a room. Who are these guys? Okay, it looks like Ink Pressure is in here. If I can look at the score, they haven't reported a score, so maybe this will be game 1 or.
Yay! Game 1 is not lost. The stream is saved.
First map is Splat Zones and Anchovy Games. Yes, okay. Well, why were they talking to each other for 20 minutes and they didn't?
Maybe they realize that they have to wait.
Okay. Either way, we're gonna stop talking about random nonsense here, and we're gonna be actually giving you guys some Splatoon action, which is hopefully what you came here for. Team Raizen is that's what I'm gonna go with. If I'm wrong, I apologize, but I'm gonna go with Team Raizen here versus Ink Pressure. Again, this is the losers semifinals. Winner of this will move on to play Luau. This will be a best of 3, and we're going to be starting off with, I believe, Splat zones at Anchovy Games. Yes. So you said you scrimmed Team Raizen. What do you think their comp might be coming out here? Like, what do you think we could expect to see from them that's noteworthy?
I think they're going to play pretty much aggressively. That's what I played against us. But I have to admit, on that scrim, I wasn't really in a good shape. I really was in a burnout situation. I am now doing my break to cool it down a bit. So it might be that Raizen is going to play a completely different comp. I'm gonna be excited for that, but I think they're going to play. Aggressive, especially on Splat Zones Anchovy, where you really have to play aggressive to create a lockdown situation and don't let them score anything at all.
Yes, and I remember playing Leviathan Warriors personally, a long time ago, but I can't remember specifically what it is that they do. Now, there's only 2 players on here that I recall from Leviathan Warriors that is now playing for Ink Pressure, which is... but I guess we'll learn about these teams as they start to ready up here, and we'll just go from there.
And this time, teams are taking much longer, so I think we're not going to see some stale comps. Maybe we're going to see some variation tonight.
The real question is, are we going to see another 52 deco? I'm willing to bet no, but
not on
based
Anchovy,
off of what I've seen at this point, I guess anything goes.
I think on Anchovy, Stingray, especially with the 52, is not the best weapon to go. But K-Gal could be a good choice, especially on Splat Zones. Let's see.
We do see a hero roller coming out for the side of Team Raizen, along with a Remix, H3D, and a Forge, and a much more aggressive comp with the Nautilus being the pseudo backliner there for the side of Ink Pressure, along with a T-Check Jr. and K-Pro as the H3 going down before getting armor ready, and armor coming out for Ink Pressure, so a very aggressive opening here for Ink Pressure. As they look to try to get control of the plat here on the enemy side and trying to push up this van.
The Ink Armor really did a good job. They could push up very early, especially with the Junior getting an early armor. Now the Booyah Bomb comes in from Alguien. Doesn't cap zone entirely. I think it's because it landed right onto that block, which weakens the Booyah Bomb a little bit, in my opinion. But it looks like Ink Pressure doing a good pressure situation right now, but Raizen with the zone actually, with bubbles and stuff.
Yes, Raizen able to finally stop that first push there, and a nice pick there by the Remix player as they're able to get control of the enemy fan and try to get control of the plat as well, as we see the Booyah Bomb coming out, trying to catch Edgar as they escape with the Junior on that side. So it's going to be, I don't know if lead is going to be flipped over here. It's just going to come down to whoever can get the first pick in this kind of stalemate here, and it is going to be the splashdown. Oh, actually they survived that splashdown, but the plat is now in control of Team Raizen, and that is going to be lead for them as well.
A nice flank a nice flank from the Waller though. Splashdown was a bit unlucky though, that didn't kill, but a nice follow-up still. Now 15 points down, and the Booyah Bomb flies in. Can it cap zone for Ink Pressure? Yes, it does, but the Booyah Bomb follows right back from Team Raizen.
But lead going to Raizen, and a pretty comfortable lead, as there's a lot of penalty points that Ink Pressure has to eat through here before they can start doing some permanent damage. But they do have 2 players down on the side of Team Raizen, so Ink Pressure is going to find a way to get into a good position to where they can try to do a lockout here. As we see the Nautilus kind of dancing around on top of that tower, just getting paint down. But that's giving the Forge enough time to get bubbles, but those bubbles don't do anything. And actually the Forge is going to go down as a result of it. A nice pick there by the T-Tech. So all the penalty points are gone now, and they survive this Booyah Bomb, so more points are going to be coming as well. But the Roller does get the pick. I don't know if that's going to be enough to flip the zone back, though.
This is intense right now. Team Raizen saving that offset from Ink Pressure, capping the zone right before they can cap the lead, and they still do keep the zone though. Team Raizen did a really good job keeping on that zone. And now Edgar with the Junior has to fight this way back, getting Ink Armor out of here. But Team Raizen also with an Ink Armor.
Oh, and that jump out is not going to happen. So Control going back to Team Raizen, who's in a very comfortable position here. They don't have many penalty points left to go through. They do have control of zone. They don't have most players alive though, so it looks like Control will go back to the side of Ink Pressure, but Ink Pressure, once again, a lot of penalty points to go through and just about a minute to do it.
And yes, as you said, Ink Pressure now with the zone back. 35 cooldown points though, plus 4 points for, actually 5 points for the lead. 50 seconds though on the clock. Algoin with the Booyah Bomb already ready, throws it into the zone, goes into the block though, which doesn't cap the zone. But still, with the follow-up from Team Raizen, well coordinated, still keeps it up and puts on much pressure on Ink Pressure.
Yes, and now the zone did go back into control of Raizen here, or of Ink Pressure, I'm sorry. But all those penalty points that they tried to wipe away just went back to them. So now another comfortable position here, and as we see the last player left alive on screen now, this K-Pro. Oh, it does get a nice pick there, but the weapon itself isn't going to be enough to flip the zone completely back into their favor, especially with that Booyah Bomb coming in. So Raizen able to hold on and win this first game. And again, this is not a best of 5 like we've seen in winners. This is best of 3. So Ink Pressure is definitely feeling the pressure now.
Yeah, absolutely. But we saw the Booyah Bomb securing the win for Team Raizen. Kill counts, yeah, quite equal. More in favor of Team Raizen, so we saw that Team Raizen really dominated. Not dominated, pretty much had their game in their favor, but it's just Splat sounds and everything can happen still. And we do have Clam Blitz, I see, on what map? I cannot see it on Battlefy. Damn.
Walleye Warehouse.
Oh!
But if we go back to that last game, the kills didn't really tell the story, but the specials absolutely did. Team Raizen got off 7 bubbles with a Splatter Shot Pro. I don't know how you do that. 6 Booyah Bombs with the remix. And on a map like Walleye, where if you use your specials effectively, especially Stingray, the team that pops off the most specials here and uses them the most effectively should be able to win this game here. Personally, I love Clam Blitz at Walleye Warehouse. I don't know if it's the best map and mode for competitive, just because it's so easy to get locked out with your spawn being at that narrow little hallway there at the very beginning. But yeah, I think this one's going to come down to who can get the most specials off, like we saw in the last game.
Yep. Although Walleye Warehouse pretty much having good opportunity to flank on both sides, so the backliners might have watch out for both sides of the flanks, so no sneaky clams can come in and win this game on overtime, which is pretty notorious for clanlets.
We see the exact same comp coming out for the side of Team Raizen, basically. Yeah, exact same comp. I think they used the NZAP instead of a Junior this time around. But we do see the Sploosh 7, so the aggression coming right back out, and Team Ink Pressure electing to go armorless here. I guess that kind of makes sense. There's not a lot of map that you can paint here, so it's not a map that you can really spam armor on. At least effectively, but we do see the armor user getting a nice cancel on the hammer there, so maybe I spoke a little too soon.
And now all players actually have to watch the flanks now, as I said. Lucky with the inkjet, with a very good inkjet. This is why I always play T-Tech on this map, because you can cheese so much out with the inkjet to not being hit for once. Pretty much a chat move from an inkjet there.
An interesting trade down the alley. Actually, 2 players going down now for the side of Ink Pressure. As we, well, actually, a jump is coming in here. I didn't see how the player got in, but that jump just a little too short. The throw just didn't really have the strength behind it to get to the basket. But even if that throw had connected, it didn't really seem like Ink Pressure was in a position to add more points to it. So that, honestly, that might be a blessing in disguise that they don't just give away a free Mercy Clam.
Yeah, Team Raizen with an unlucky short throw, and this gives Ink Pressure the opportunity now to push up for themselves, and they do with the stamp, which gets denied. Inkjet coming out. Now all specials are going all in right now, but they got pushed back from Team Raizen. A good defensive work from Team Raizen, but still the heat is not off yet.
No, it is not. A lot of clams in the favor of Ink Pressure here. They're at 26. They are popping Booyah Bomb here, but there are a lot of defensive specials that are online and ready to be used by Team Raizen, who honestly haven't really popped off a lot of specials in this first half. No bubbles, no splashdowns, only 1 Booyah. The specials heavily in the favor of the Ink Pressure right now, who has 34 clams. They have enough clams to knock out Team Raizen into the Stone Age, but 1 player going down, they are able to pop the basket and get a second clam in and a wipe coming out. But honestly, if you're Team Raizen, you got to be happy that they only scored 40 points on you, because that could have been much, much worse.
Absolutely. 60 points, optimal push. They can now compensate 2 super clams, but they're not allowed to concede 1 more clam after that. Team Raizen now with the pity clam picked up. They're actually playing with the backline, and you see from Ink Pressure they're going to play aggressively with the anchorless comp, which is always a risky move, but it works out, as we can see here.
Yeah, Ink Pressure is going to need to find ways to keep the pressure up here. Like you said, with that anchorless comp, they're going to need to keep this aggression going, but that aggression can work against you, as we do see 2 players going down, but they are getting the trades they need. They're fine with losing players as long as they drag down members from the other team with them, and that is giving them, that is allowing them to hold on to control of mid here as we approach about 1:10 left to go. The specials just aren't coming out for Team Raizen, and that's kind of resulting in them not getting any kind of position to be comfortable to make a push go.
As we can see on the kill count on the side of Ink Pressure, pretty much balanced, but on Team Raizen, the heavy with a good kill count, but still they cannot convert it into pushing power though. 100 to 60 still left, 40 seconds on the clock, the time is ticking, although Team Raizen is still leading with 1-0, so it is not the world, but still, you want to avoid silver scrapes, especially in the losers bracket.
Yeah, but here's their opportunity right here. They just got another pick, so that is effectively 2 players down. One just came back into spawn. They do have specials ready, and a lot of clams, at least enough to get lead. So if they can find ways to just pop those bubbles and to get a splashdown off somehow. Oh, and Booyah Bomb coming out as well. They do lose 1 player to this hammer that's come out just at the perfect time. The hammer is going to need to get 1 more pick. It does, but the basket is open, and they do get lead. If they throw 1 more clam in here, it's over. I don't know where the forge is, but now a power clam is formed. Even though they do get lead, they need to play defense now, because if they pop the basket, all they got to do is throw in 1 clam, and Edgar was in position. I don't think a jump came in, and with 2 players coming down, they're not going to have enough time to get... they're not going to have enough time to get up there. So a nice push there to get lead by Ink Pressure, but an even more impressive defense, because it looked like Team Raizen was just storming down. Actually, no, that was I'm getting my teams mixed up here. Team Raizen is the one who won.
Yes, Team Raizen won this one, but it is actually, again, a clam blitz, a legit clam blitz moment in the last seconds. Lead taken for Team Raizen, which also had a bad time pushing up, but in the last seconds they really went all in, avoiding silver scrapes in losers semifinals. I'm moving up to losers finals now. Damn, that was actually pretty intense, especially the clam blitz game.
Yeah, you saw Edgar was in position in Team Raizen's base. Now, like, timing that jump would have been very difficult, and timing that throw as soon as you land would have been hard, but there was a window there for Ink Pressure to take back lead in overtime, but the jumps just didn't come in, and it just didn't happen. So frames away from victory was Ink Pressure there, but they have officially been eliminated. And I know we're going to go to the next round, but we're actually going to take a break this time.
Yes. Let's jump into drink.
Yes.
Before your voice cracks down.
Now, once again, because we're gonna keep reminding you guys about this, the Unnamed Tournament. This upcoming Saturday, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. It is run by the Low Ink staff, but it is not a Low Ink tournament, i.e. everyone is welcome to join. It is on Smash GG. Make sure you look out for that. We have a big announcement coming on after this tournament, so stick around. I'm getting water, you are going to get more tea, and you are watching Low Ink. And we're back. We got our water, our tea, everything we need to bring you guys the Losers Finals, which is going to be Team Raizen versus Luau. Both of these teams coming off of dramatic Clan Blitz finishes. Luau taking an L in overtime. Team Raizen getting a W in overtime. So both teams coming into this finals with momentum in opposite directions. But we have seen a lot of aggression coming out of these both of these teams. So it's going to be an exciting matchup that is going to be best of 5.
The main suspect of both teams, Clan Blitz, murdered both of the teams into into the match it is to be Luau against Team Raizen. As you said, Team Raizen taken a good W, Luau taken a pretty darn close L in the overtime. Team Raizen actually took the W before the overtime. Actually, milliseconds before, but yeah, I'm actually pretty excited. This time, best of 5, so we're going to see a lot of more games. One more game has to be won for both teams. And we start with Splat Zones on Sturgeon Shipyard.
The real question here is, what are we going to see out of Luau? They have the ability to go anchorless at any moment. On the side of Team Raizen, of the 2 matches we have seen of them so far, it looks like they've been sticking to Remix the whole time, so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a Remix coming back out here. In fact, they've already readied up, so I'm assuming this is going to be kind of a similar comp that we've been used to seeing from them up to this point. But the real question here is, what is Luau going to do? Did they watch the last set? Do they know what to expect? I guess we'll find out now, as both teams are readied up, and we're going to get started.
Yeah, maybe Luau is going to stick with their aggressive comp that worked out against who was it? Last Chance. Maybe they're gonna stick with it. It would maybe work out. And as we can see, they do anchorless on side of the team. Whoa.
Yes, the only real difference from the tower control map comp that we've seen from them is that they are using a vanilla 96 gal as opposed to a double in-zap. So they have a little bit more range of what they're used to. But Team Raizen doesn't seem to care at this beginning because they're getting a quick double. Make that a triple as Kami on the Tetris goes down. As we see this H3 able to hold down control of mid here and getting a lot of paint out. But we do see the roller going down on the side of Team Raizen as Luau now getting all their players back into position to try to cap zone. That is... and they do actually cap zone here as we see the Remix trying to make a play.
The Dualies actually took that juicy direct from the Inkjet coming out of Luau, and it looks like they're going to take the lead as the Tetra is a bit aggressive though, but the zone is uncontested for the lead. But now Algrian is looking for the Booyah Bomb. Now has it. Question is, will Algrian use it anytime soon? Yes. It will be used, and it caps zone? Question mark? Yes, it does.
Yes, but a lot of picks needed to happen for that zone to get capped. The Booyah Bomb there was nice to help paint the zone, but it was the other players off screen getting the key picks they needed that was able to get the zone in control of Team Raizen. As we see the roller here trying to make a play happen, trying to be a distraction, much like the Tetra players for Luau is. But it's not going to be enough to make much of an effort here as we see Surskit getting into zone with the in-zap and has enough painting power there to get control of the zone and a pick as well as two players go down for Team Raizen. Luau with the lead here and is looking to eat away at their penalty points to get even more of a lead.
Also, the armor guy on Team Raizen also went down, so armor will be a bit complicated to get now as Luau is looking quite for a lockdown situation. Kaito has a hard time to get into the zone. Cooldown points are down. Now 30 points away for Luau to take the first KO and the first W for this match. Kaito now using the charge, but gets denied by the Inkjet! Oh my god, what a juicy direct was that!
Yes, and with only 4-3, well, make that a complete KO. So Luau able to finally find their footing there about halfway through the game and establish a lockout. Getting a win on the Splat Zones game and giving them a 1-0 lead as tower control is now right around the corner. A map or a mode that we've seen Luau use very effectively against Last Chance in the winners finals. So tower control at Snapper Canal. I think we're likely to see the same kind of aggressive comp out of Luau for this one here.
Yeah, especially the Inkjet one. That was some juicy Inkjet directs coming out of the side from Luau. This was really darn good, especially as an Inkjet 9. I can approve this play. I can approve those plays. It is really satisfying to see those Inkjet directs, especially if you have to do such important things. Kaito was actually going to cap the zone with the bubbles, and it is actually pretty darn dangerous with the F-Pro. And it got denied by the Inkjet direct, which was pretty much important because it secured the KO a little bit more, and it did suffice. So Inkjet really the best MWP right there.
Yeah, and Team Raizen readying up quickly. We've only seen 3 games from them so far, but their comps have been pretty consistent up to this point. It's going to be interesting if they decide to make an adjustment or not. Now, they did just beat a team, Ink Pressure, that went anchorless as well, so it's not like they can't handle playing against an anchorless team. But this is the first time we've seen them lose a game to an anchorless team, so we'll see if they try to make an adjustment now, or if they see let's stick to what we were doing before and see if we can even up this series at 1-1.
I think they are actually going to adjust that, because the lockdown situation wasn't really great for Team Raizen, and it looks like they are still going with the anchorless comp with a Grim Reaper on the one side and double Anzap still with the double armor, which can support the Tetras with the aggressive gameplay.
Yeah, no surprise here from Luau. The double Anzap Blaster Tetra combo. It's been working out for them for tower control so far, and it's continuing to work out with them in the early goings of this match as 2 players quickly went down for Team Raizen. The roller attacking the tower and is able to get a pick there. But and we do see somebody coming flanking around behind, and that is a wipe from Team Raizen. So a nice response there for what looked like to be a scary opening out of Luau. But we do see the player on Team Raizen switching to K Shot instead of the F Pro, I believe they were using earlier. Coming in and getting a key pick there to kind of stop the push.
K-Shot is actually a good pick, especially on tower control, as you can pressure the tower with the Penta missiles pretty much often. Going with a good jump back for the Booyah Bomb, but gets catched by the splash jump, but the Tetra didn't see the heavy and gets punished for that. Really, really unlucky for the Tetra, but good handle from Aguyan with the heavy.
Yes, very nice remix play coming out here. You know, it can be difficult to play against an anchorless team when they're throwing 4 bodies at you as opposed to 3. But if you're a pretty solid anchor player, especially with a Splatling which can defend itself pretty well, you're gonna have a good time against the team, kind of like what Luau is pulling out here. But at least in this first 2 minutes, it's been pretty much a stalemate back and forth. A lot of picks coming out, but not anything significant to kind of give any team an opportunity to get a legit push going here, as we do see Luau in position to get past this first checkpoint. Armor coming out, and they do just that, but they do lose 1 player in the process, and Special starting to come out. This might chase away Luau for now, but they got what they came for, which was that first checkpoint.
A double armor against 1 armor is actually pretty nasty for the team which actually plays the 1 armor, but you can still handle it though if you can pick the armors pretty quick and frequently. You can actually compensate that. But the Roller now preparing for the flank of the life and gets the Splat with the big flank over there, and now Team Raizen with a good chance to push that.
Yeah, it does get 1 pick off of that, but does eventually go down themselves. It looked like that could have been a play that did a lot more damage than what it actually did. And actually, it's not going to result in anything kind of sustainable for Team Raizen, which is a little bit unfortunate for them, because it was a great flank that they were able to sneak past there. But now Luau's getting a push going here. They've already cleared the first checkpoint, so they can just ride to the second one. But we see this roller yet again, right in the heat of action, is able to get a pick as well. Oh wait, did we see?
No!
Is that a DC?
Yes, it's a DC! Oh my god, no! This is bad!
When was that?
That was
I think that's too late.
135, I think.
Yeah, I think that's
way too late.
And well, regardless, both Luau is still fighting, which they should be doing because this game is going to count. Now they do have a lead here, but well, I mean, it's with 3 players going. Okay, it's a wipe. Okay, they're not going to have a lead.
Oh,
okay.
It's so unlucky.
But I mean, this game is still going to happen, so Luau still needs to try to find a way to win this one, as much as the odds are no longer in their favor at this point. Very unfortunate, but it happens. And especially in a tournament like this, let's bring it in a lot of teams from all over the world, and the Switch itself being a pretty poor hardware as well as far as like handling internet issues and things like that. But yeah, this the second checkpoint falls quickly. They've rise up the third checkpoint here. It looks like Luau might be able to find a way to stop this push. No, maybe not.
The wall is doing a great job though, but yeah, this is actually pretty unfortunate for Luau, because with the disconnect you have one weapon less to keep up the pain, to keep up the map control, and especially if it hits the end zap, then it's good night actually, because you lose a lot of paint, which Luau did manage in the game before the DC. And this is really unfortunate, but nonetheless, Team Raizen deserved. Now with the 1-1 tied up.
Yes, that game is going to count, and it was Drift, I believe, that DC'd. We saw, I saw Sir Skit still in action there, which was the other NZAP, and Drift has already rejoined the room. Now Luau does have other players on their roster that they could use. I don't know if those players are available to be used or not today. But if it does come down to a situation to where they might need to get a sub, it's possible that they have the resources to do that. But nevertheless, that was a game that Luau was winning with about 1:30 left to go. It was still close, back and forth, but an unfortunate ending for Luau there, as the series is now tied 1-1.
But nonetheless, now Waymaker on New Albacore Hotel, a big map, many opportunities to push at. But I think we're going to see much backlinery on both teams, because New Albacore is really easy to defend, but still hard to win though.
Yes, and once again, it's going to come down to what is Luau going to bring out. Team Raizen, I think we can pretty much assume what they're going to use at this point. It's just the question of is they're going to do K-Shot or Pro. I would assume Pro here, just because of that extra range that can be abused from a map such as this. But with Luau, everybody's readied up except for Kami, and we know what Kami's going to use. So it looks like they're just taking this time to kind of talk out what they want to do specifically for an opening for this map, which is good, because losing a game the way they did can kind of rattle you at this point in the tournament. We don't really talk about the kind of pressure that players are starting to feel as we get deeper into this tournament, but the smart play here by Luau to kind of take more time to settle in before this game actually starts.
The game actually starts now. Waymaker New Albacore Hotel. I think we're going to see, as I said, backlinery on both sides, but also an aggressive comp exactly for that. I think Tetris are going to be a very good pick on this map, especially if you can hold the terrace side of both sides. But
we do see a squeezer coming out for the side of Team Raizen. We haven't seen them bust out that yet, but that's a smart pick here. Using that extra range from the squeezer can be very effective. And we do see the C-Jet with a Stingray already coming out from Sir Skit for Luau. And the squeezer escaped the Stingray only to eventually die to W's T-Tech there. So this first push is going to be coming from Luau. If we can see, as you say, a juicy Inkjet play coming out from W, trying to get a pick or two.
We do see on the side of Luau a pretty aggressive comp with the T-Tech, Tetris and CDS going on the side, and it actually pretty works out well with the push on the bridge side of Team Raizen, which they can defend well. Down to 92 points, not a good push, because of that reason, ramp is much preferred over the ramp, not over the ramp, over the bridge.
Yes, we do see the Rainmaker is on the side of Team Raizen. They're having a little bit of difficulty trying to find a way to get the Rainmaker back to mid. They're having a difficulty getting picks in general. We see Nori getting another direct there, which is huge. But other than that, I think it's just been the Stingray that's shut down the push initially. That's been the kills the Team Raizen has gotten so far in the first minute and a half here of this game. So Luau able to hold on to a lot of the map here, but not really be able to do anything with it, as we see the Heavy getting a nice double there. The Heavy really keeping Team Raizen in this game right now.
That was a juicy double like that, and that gives Team Raizen this opportunity, and they're also going to push it over the bridge, which you have to watch out, because you cannot press the ZL button for long, because if you do that, you will die. But Team Raizen still pushing that. It's 92 to 96, and we already have the half of the game done. But are they going to switch the sides now, or are they still going to stick on the bridge? I think they're going to stick.
What are they waiting for? They've gotten several picks here. They're just letting the other team respawn and get back into action here.
I don't know either what they're doing, but they cannot get the lead of 92. They're going back and forth and back and forth. They cannot decide what to do right now. Except I think they're going to switch up the sides now, and they did.
There we go. I was about to say, this is the lowest score you will ever see on a Rainmaker game 3 minutes into it. This is not a lead that either team wants to have. I think both teams I think the pressure of knowing that it's 1-1 right now and this deep into the tournament is starting to get both teams, even though they have aggressive comps, both teams are playing very passively right now. They're playing not to make a mistake instead of trying to win the game here. And since both teams are kind of doing that, it's resulted in this awkward stalemate. A minute 30 left to go. The winning score right now is 72 remaining.
Luau is actually running into a wall right now with the aggressive comp, but it doesn't work out as expected. Team Raizen doing a good defensive work with the push, with a half push over the ram, and Torva going with the flank, but the curling bomb, very unlucky, deflected from the block and not going through. The splashdown was a bit necessary, so the Waller can still be alive.
With about a minute left to go here, yes, you are watching a Rainmaker game and not Turf War. There is an objective that both teams are trying their best to get control of. Not a lot of picks going out either. We do see, honestly, in a situation like this, all you got to do is take it to the bridge. They don't even have to get across the bridge. They basically have to set a foot on the bridge, and Luau's going to have lead here. And with 30 seconds left to go, they're going to need to find a way just to grab the Rainmaker right here. I refuse to believe the game is going to end with a score like this. As we see a Stingray coming out, trying to get a pick or two, does get a pick on one player. The Rainmaker is going to reset. Now, this is such a scary situation. You never see this late in a Rainmaker game. All they can do is grab it and just go to the bridge. Are they going to take it that way? I can't see where the Rainmaker is, but it's electing to go along the left side, and they do lead. But the Rainmaker is going to go down. That is a wipe. This way might not go flip immediately back to Team Raizen. They don't really have to go anywhere to get lead. Just to get below 69 points. They are going the right side. That is the long way to go. But it is the safe way to go, and they do get lead.
God.
Wow.
What happened? There was a back and forth. The game was so stale with both teams pushing over the bridge, and then all of a sudden, the game went from 0 to 1 million in half a second. That was insane.
32 to 31 is your final score. You will never see a Rainmaker score that lasts 5 minutes into overtime be like that again. What an awkward match. And now, I mean, that's a good match you want to win for Team Raizen, because now Luau has their backs completely against the wall. But I honestly think we're starting to see pressure come out for both teams here. I mean, Team Raizen, the person who top fragged for them, was their vanilla heavy, and it basically doubled the kills that the next player got there. So they're going to have to rely on, what do you say? How do you say in the heavy's name there?
Alguin?
Alguin, okay. They're going to need them
Maybe
to kind of keep these kills going until someone else can kind of step up and get some kills here.
Yeah. I actually have to realize what just happened. I have to process that for 2 minutes right now, but that was really intense. Now we got Clamblitz on Piranha Pit. We know that Clamblitz is a bit of a story on both teams. Like I said, Team Raizen taking that W and Team Luau taking the close L1. It's going to be intense, especially on Piranha Pit, where you can score from each side. You can also use the Ink Whale to distract the opponents pretty easily and also push over the useless path. But far left, yeah.
Is either team really in the mental state right now to try to pull off one of these flanks you've been talking about? We haven't. Both teams played very passively in that Rainmaker game. We see this aggressive comp coming back out again for Luau. But are they going to actually play with that play style? I don't really know. But being down and 2 players immediately going down for Luau, there shouldn't be any pressure on the time of Team Raizen now, especially now that they got 3 quick picks. That might change their mentality for the rest of this match here.
Team Raizen taking control over the entire map right now in a split second. Having good control, but going to get flagged, and that's the wipe! So much about taking over the control, and now they have lost it. I just jinxed that. Now having the push for Luau, and they going big time. Now the only question is, can they get the optimal push under 60 left? That's the question. And I think they do, yes?
Yeah, well, they do get wiped right there. Oh wait, no, they're the ones who get the wipe, and they got a lot more claims to go here. This might be a possible KO situation. What a flip of the script this would be for Luau to get this win here, as they get another pick. Kami getting a splashdown. The splashdown buff we got several months ago coming in clutch right there, as Kami's just going off right now. But it's not going to result in a KO, but still damage done for Luau, making their presence heard here in this game 4 with their backs up against the wall, getting to 20 points remaining on their first push.
Kami was literally on fire there with the fallout, which didn't suffice for the kill, unluckily, but Team Raizen now has to have a good push now, 20 points, that hurts, and Team Luau, even as they were pushing, they still kept the control of their basket, and that is maybe going to be a W for Luau, and maybe we're going to see a game 5, maybe we're going to see a Silver Scrapes in this match, and they scoring again!
Yes, and all of their penalty points basically gone. Can they get this power climb in there? They do, so all the penalty points gone. Just 4 points away from a KO, but Tetra's the last player alive. Kami's not going to be focused on getting clams. They're going to try to get as much kills as they possibly can, so that'll end the push. But if there is one more push that comes out from Luau, that will be it, as we've reached the halfway point here. But like you've mentioned in the past, Clam Blitz is a mode that the lead can be coughed up in just one push. And there is a lot of clams online for Team Raizen, and they do have specials at the ready as well. But one player going down the forge as they're trying to pop bubbles, this Booyah Bomb's just kind of getting thrown somewhere to try to make a desperate pick. It does catch drift, but it doesn't give enough control for Team Raizen to kind of work with here to get a push going.
Team Raizen going to have control right there, but they cannot convert it into a first push. Still 100 to 11 plus 24 left against the favor of Team Raizen. They have to do something right now because 140 is shorter than you think. They don't have much time right now, especially with a big push like this.
Yes, about 1:30 left to go here. The clam economy is kind of in the favor of Luau here. As they keep up the aggression, you see Kami barreling in there, doesn't get a pick, and this aggression might kind of work against Luau now, as it does give a lot of map control to the side of Team Raizen, and a lot of clams as well, but not enough clams to make a power clam. I don't think Team Raizen has a mercy clam to work with either. I think they picked it up earlier and lost it along the way, so if Team Raizen is going to make a comeback in this first minute, they're going to have to form all the clams they on their own. And with 3 players going down, this Trevor or Tover here with the rollers fighting for their lives, as Luau is just swarming once again all over Team Raizen's basket.
Yeah, the water was pretty much last. Completely surrounded by enemy ink, couldn't do anything in the situation. Absolutely well done from Luau, keeping the pressure on. They score again. Are they going to get the KO though? No, because the barrier is back up. Alguien with the defensive work right now has to go with a bit of a damage reduction here, and now Team Raizen has to score now, because now it's overtime and 20 seconds is not long.
No, but there's so many points they got to get through. They just need to find a way to open up the basket, and they do have the specials to try to fight their way in there. And they do get some picks. Bubbles coming off, but those bubbles pop instantly without getting any picks. The basket will be open, and they do have some clams to kind of bleed this out. They're already at 41 points remaining. They're going to need to get a lot more picks here and find ways to get some more clams. If they just throw in a few more right here just to keep the basket open, but they're not going to get there. So Luau, after taking Game 3 off, has woken up again and flexed with an impressive opening push here to force a decisive Game 5. I haven't looked at the map list, but please don't make it be Rainmaker. I don't think I could watch another. I think
it is Rainmaker. I think it is Rainmaker.
It is. It's Rainmaker and main stage. Alright, well.
Rainmaker Silver Scrapes!
Buckle in for this nonsense. We're going to a Game 5 decisive Rainmaker game at Starfish main stage, where both of these teams were very obviously playing super passively at this last set. So well, yeah, honestly, I'd rather see this game come down to a rematch Rainmaker. Let's see these teams try to play this mode with the aggression that we've been seeing from them in the other modes. Let's get a decisive end to this set on a Rainmaker game. Let's do it.
It will be aggressive, because it's not New Albuquerque Hotel, where it really was stale, especially with the bridge pushes. Starfish main stage gives much opportunity to push. It gives also the frontliners the opportunity to control the opponent's snipe, and even much farther. So we are going to see much aggressive comms to control exactly that position, so they can push even farther. And Game 5 Rainmaker, it will be a game of endurance now, because 15 seconds unconcentrated can cost you the entire match.
Yes, and I think that's what both teams are well aware of, and what has them kind of worried is they're playing not to make the mistake on Rainmaker instead of trying to find a way to actually win it. But we do see the Vanilla Heavy coming back out. That was key, very key for Team Raizen to get the win in the hotel game. And we do see basically the same comp we saw. Well, actually, it is the same comp we saw out of Luau in the Clan Blitz game. The pop instantly going to Luau. As once again, both teams are trying to just kind of establish control before picking it up. Possibly Team Raizen is trying to find some flanks going out here, but that Inkjet will go down without getting a kill. And this should be a situation where Team Raizen can pick this up here and get some points off of it. But all the players are back online for Luau, and double armor getting popped immediately. So other than that Inkjet going down, we haven't seen any picks in the first opening minute here.
It still do be contested though, but now Luau with the push, and Kaito really much offsides here. Has to catch up with the Waymaker, but luckily the teammates already has responded to that threat, and now they are going to push the Waymaker. 60 points though. It is not much, even in Waymaker, but now the bubbles are 2 bubbles actually finding the other way, the other directive way, but the Inkjet now with the kill, but 42, that takes the lead for Team Raizen. But it's everyone's game, it's really much contested, especially in mid. So I cannot predict where is it going.
Well, one player is down, but they are going to get lead here, and this is actually a huge lead with 22 remaining. Luau able to kind of sneak past both us and all of Team Raizen to get lead there, and that is a big lead on this map and mode. Now, it's not one that Team Raizen can overcome, especially with 3 minutes left to go. They're basically going to have to get halfway up the Luau ramp on the pit. But with the Forge going down, they're going to have to find ways to kind of get out of their own pit here. So we see Nori having difficulty even getting back to their own street as Luau once again knocking on that door, trying to add to their lead.
And Team Raizen really pushed back right now. Waymaker is already in possession of Luau. Surskit with the
Three
good. Oh, and that's the head. Oh, that's the one, but that could be KO.
That's it.
Oh my god, the Luau team crushing down on Team Raizen, and that is exactly what I learned actually from you. 15 seconds and it could be all over. As we can look at the map, it's so blue, it's it's so blue. I could sing a song about that.
Oh gosh, don't put that in my head. Oh no. There you go.
That you cannot escape from it.
An interesting finish to a very dramatic and exciting set by both teams. Luau waking up and taking care of business in those last 2 games there, and they are now going to force a rematch against Last Chance in the Low Ink Grand Finals. This is going to have to be a bracket reset. We need you and me, Kyo. We need to get some water. We need to kind of recuperate from what we just saw there. That was an exciting match.
I still have to process. I still have to process that new Abaco game.
The process, yeah. Yes, exactly. Before we take a break, there's something you guys don't know about. And that is, we are hosting a tournament next weekend called the Unnamed Tournament. It is going to be Saturday at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, and even though it is hosted by the Low Ink staff, it is not a Low Ink tournament, i.e., anybody is allowed to play in this tournament. We're not going to verify players that sign up. We're not going to ban anyone for being too good. Just sign up and play in it. Look for it on SmashGG/UT. And I'm getting really good at plugging this tournament. I'm probably only going to have to do it 6 more times before we sign off. But for now, we're going to take a short break. We're going to come back with you with Grand Finals. You are watching Low Ink on August. Hello, friends, and welcome back to Low Inc. We are bringing you Grand Finals. The Grand Finals of the Low Inc. in August 2020. We are giving you Last Chance versus Luau, a rematch of the winners finals that we saw about an hour ago that went in the favor of Last Chance 3-2 on an overtime Clam Blitz last second throw-in from Last Chance. These two teams were extremely even with each other and are probably just tickled to death that they're going to be locked in for possibly 14 more games against each other. Now, Last Chance is coming into Grand Finals from the winner's side, so they just have to win one set of best of 7 and it's over. Luau is going to have to win one best of 7 and then do it all over again in a bracket reset if they want to walk away from this tournament as champions and be banned forever.
Absolutely. Luau with a good win against Team Raizen with a quick KO on Starfish main stage. But we saw the previous match on Last Chance against Luau. The game was decided by a split of a second, so it's really anyone's game with beginning on Clam Blitz. On Humpback Palm Track, it is Clam Blitz, the mode that has kicked Luau into the losers bracket, but brought themselves back up. Let's see how they are going to handle that, especially are they going to run the same comp as they did against Last Chance and vice versa, who knows?
Yeah, the last time we saw Luau play Last Chance, whenever they used an anchor, it didn't really work out well for them. So I think we might see more of this anchorless comp that we saw them use a lot against Team Raizen, who is, and since it's been a while since we've seen Last Chance, that is basically the same comp we're used to seeing from them. Tri-Slosher instead of like the In-Zapper Jr. that they were using, I believe. But a Soda Slosher coming out for the side of Luau instead of the L3 or Grim Range Blaster that we're used to seeing out of them.
This may be a good pick with the Soda Slosher because the special is Burst Bomb Spam, which can get much pain, much pressure on the opponent team. On both sides, one Tetra, so it will be an aggressive game again. But now looks like Last Chance is going to get the first good opportunity to keep up the mid first, or actually the map control, and then going to push up because they already have a Super Clam in their hands.
And that person that just died from the bomb right there was the first player to die for Last Chance in the first minute. In fact, the only player to die in this first minute. So Last Chance has been taking control of this map for the first minute. It hasn't resulted in any points that they can win off of just yet, but as the picks keep coming out here, Last Chance looks like that they're not rusty at all from the hour wait they had to do. They're looking pretty sharp coming out here, especially since they have 23 clams and control of mid, while Luau has nothing basically, except for this nice double that's just now coming out as we see Drift kind of drifting their way into what could possibly be a quad, but no, it gets denied by the heavy, and it doesn't open up a window for Luau to get some points there, but. Because they don't have enough clams yet to get a push going, but a nice show of life there from Luau, who looked like they were getting bullied in that first minute and a half.
Nice wordplay from you there. But Drift really with a great movement gets a really good job done. But I think the suction bomb denied the job for the NZ. Now Last Chance are suffering the first points, but actually are managing to defend that well and getting the wipes, so that means they can push up A and B, score right now.
You could see they wanted to throw it right then when they popped up in there, but the basket wasn't quite cooperating with them. Had to back out. But look, 28 clams. If they can just find a way to get a few picks or so. Booyah Bomb coming out. You see Sir Skit just kind of waiting for an opportunity to pick off one of these balls before a jump comes in. The Soda Slosher going down for the side of Luau. But, actually, no, 2 players going down. Make that 3 for the side of Team Raizen here. Oh, that is actually a quad. What a defense by Luau, staring down a very heavily clammed team, but was able to kind of stop that out. Now they're going to get a push of their own going.
The super clams of Last Chance deleted in half a minute, and now Luau with a good chance to score. They do. The bubbles came in too late. But now it's the counter wipe, and now they have the opportunity to push in again, and hopefully with a throw into the basket, because last time they backed it up, and this may be one of the main problems right now, because Last Chance really is struggling to get in front.
Yeah, this is kind of reminding me of when we just saw Last Chance play against Luau in the winners finals. They had a lot of easy time kind of loading up all the claims they would need, but they just couldn't pull the trigger and get points going. But with 1 minute left to go and the lead being as small as it is for Luau, it's really just going to take one push. And that might be, and honestly, it might be the only push Last Chance gets, but it's going to be the only one they're going to need, especially if they can just hold those score at what it is right now, with about 45 seconds left to go.
Yeah, 40 seconds now, Inkling with the super clam. It's 100 to 68 though, so Luau cannot compensate 2 super clams, as it will result into a late loss for them. So Last Chance is creating an opportunity, has map control, but now there comes the burst bomb spam from the Soda Slosher, pressuring Inkling with the heavy, but still manages to get the defense done and map control.
Last Chance just isn't pulling the trigger here. They have every tool they need, all the specials, all the clams. They're just waiting for that perfect opportunity, and it might be coming here as we see the Forge using bubbles, trying to sneak in. The Forge just get taken down though. A Booyah Bomb coming out. Are they going to find a way to sneak in through here? It's a 2v2 basically for the entire game. That one's going to be going down. A jump be going in. The clam does get thrown. All they have to do is pick up that power clam that's sitting right there, but they are guarding it very well. I don't know what's going to... Are they going to find a way to sneak past? Oh, they seem so close!
My God!
They actually got the throw, but it was just short. Wow!
Oh, I almost thought Luau with the A+ defense right there, painting the super clam with for Last Chance to not reach it, but in the end they just snuck through and the throw just came in short.
Look at those KAs. Oh, look at those KAs at the bottom. This looks like an absolute beatdown from the side of Last Chance there. They had all the tools they needed to win the game, but Luau would bend but just wouldn't break. What a win for Luau there. Finding ways to get the win without a whole lot of kills. My goodness.
They finally revenged themselves for the Clamlets match on Port Mackerel. But as you have said, Last Chance really had all the tools. They had KA, they had map control, they had clams, they had everything to win this game. But they just couldn't use this chance to get this job done, and that is what killed them, because you cannot push every single time in overtime, because it really gets repetitive and it can be defended easily and well, especially on Humpback Pump Track. But now I'm getting out of breath, and we started with Splat Zones.
Welcome to Game 2 of Grand Finals. Yes, we are just now in Game 2. That was just the first game. My goodness. So yeah, Port Mackerel, Splat Zones. We might... Now, if you haven't been watching the stream up to this point, don't be surprised if you see a 52 deco. Yes, you heard me right. A 52 deco might come out here, because we've seen Sir Skit use it on this map in particular. In all honesty, I guess it's not the worst pick out there. Curling Bomb works out well. Stingray, obviously, somewhat broken on this map. But this is the mode, or this is the map that Last Chance beat Luau on last time. So it'd be interesting to see if they try to pull that out again, or if they go back to this this double NZAP comp that didn't really result in a lot of kills, but did keep a lot of map control and did kind of keep their players alive long enough for them to win the game there.
Although it is not Clamlet. Splat Zones and Clamlets are two different modes, and you really do notice that, because Splat Zones is considered one of the balanced modes, because everything is completely balanced, and now both teams are striking down. Team Last Chance going more for paint than for the going directly into the zone, which works out pretty well. Question mark, I have armor though.
And there you see the Stingray coming out from Sir Skit's legendary 52 deco. This may be the only tournament you'll see that kind of weapon being used somewhat viably. But Zone does go to control of Luau, but 2 players going down, so it should, in theory, flip right back to Last Chance. Now, with this mapping mode, if you get control of the enemy's court, you're going to score a lot of points, because it is a country mile. As you see, Kami basically having to go over the river and through the woods there just to get back in the mid to contest it, but does get a pick or two, so this will be control to Luau. But as I was saying, it's going to come down to who can get control of the other team's court first, and that is where a lot of damage is going to be done on the scoreboard.
Yeah, although if you control the court, you have to control the old zone, aka the sponge, as well, because this also gives much opportunity to backdoor the zone and prevent the other team, or actually the favorite team, to score. Team Luau with the zone now, with the Stingray going after Inkling number 4 with the heavy, has some good time to dodge that and can initiate the counter sting. But still, the zone goes for Luau, and it's ticking down 20 points now. And Last Chance, they cannot get out of there. They just cannot get into the zone, as Luau getting a good job there. And this is KO.
Yeah, like I said, if you lock out a team, you get control of their court, this game is over. And Luau just took control of Last Chance's court and just never gave it back up. Last Chance didn't even have an opportunity to sneeze on the zone there. So a nice win for Luau, who's now up 0-2. And keep in mind, Luau is coming from the losers bracket, so they're trying to force a bracket reset here in this best of 7. Not a best of 5, so Luau's going to need to win 2 more. But for Last Chance, they're going to need to find a way to start getting some wins here. And it's going to be difficult to do, considering we're now going to tower control, the one mode that Luau beat Last Chance on in winners finals twice. So this isn't shaping up to be a good first round here for Last Chance as far as finding a win.
Luau is 2 wins away from the bracket reset, and they did 2 great games, especially on Splat Zones with the lockdown situation, which is pretty darn easily to get, especially on Port Mackerel. Another long map incoming. Walleye Warehouse on tower control will be very interesting, as you said. Luau the only mode they've beaten Last Chance twice. And this really be interesting, though. If the Last Chance can get this done, things are going to get real heated.
Luau, once again, they already know what comps they're going to use. They're just taking this opportunity to kind of settle themselves down and talk about what's going to be going on in this upcoming map. I do want to give a quick shout out. I saw in chat that Shaq has asked Duracell to marry him, and Duracell has said yes. So congratulations to both of you. That is amazing. Congratulations. But Walleye Warehouse Tower Control. Let's get this one going.
Whew, we see a double, actually the same comp with Last Chance, with the Nautilus and the Heavy, Tetris and Anzap, and Luau running Anchorless again, with the Grim Reaper being the longest range.
Yes, yeah, it's the same exact comp we've seen out of Luau, as you kind of mentioned. So no real surprises there. This is their bread and butter for tower control. It's worked up until this point, but not working in this opening set here, as we see them having to retreat. So this first checkpoint possibly could fall in the favor of Last Chance here, as the Stingray is going to come out to support it, going directly at the elbow. But the Tower Rider having to fight off to take a jump off to take a fight. We do see a trade on the right side. That might be the end of this push here. So a nice defense by Luau, able to hold on to control of their first zone, or their first checkpoint, as we've reached the end of the first minute of this game so far.
Will the Anchorless comp take its toll on Luau? Because Last Chance really doing a great job on the fence. Okay, I spoiled it again. Now Luau is actually going to push it. Kami with some pinch job with the Tetra. Almost managing the kill on Inkling number 4. First checkpoint is broke down by Luau, and Surskit looking for the second checkpoint, which Surskit is going to get well. And I think it's done. Checkpoint 2 is through.
Yes, Kami going down with the Tetris though, but 2 checkpoints falling. That is huge. Even though there is still 3 minutes and about 20 seconds left to go here, there's still plenty of time. Getting those 2 checkpoints back for Last Chance isn't the most difficult thing in the world to do, but what is difficult is dealing with all of these flanks, and now they've run into a missile. All the flanks that Luau is throwing at them, that we saw Last Chance having a lot of difficulty with in the winner's set, is now coming back to haunt them in this set as well, as this other checkpoint is going to fall once again to Luau. They're having okay, well, 2 players go down now, but are they going to find a way to get this full wipe? Because that's what's going to take to end this push. They have to kill everyone, because they keep leaving 1 player left alive who is just... Okay, 4-1 finally jumps out. This should be the end of the push. Finally for Luau, as Last Chance gets a moment to breathe.
And this is the same situation as Last Chance were in Black Valley Skate Park. They have to do 3 entire checkpoints to get a grip into this game. 2 minutes left, and Luau is pushing again. Kami trying to get a grip on the wall, trying to get the... He gets the skip. He gets the wall skip. Oh
what
my
in the world was
god!
That?
He swam.
What was that?
Kami just swam into that wall, and because there's a little gap between the wall and the bottom of the platform, you can actually do that. I didn't know. I didn't know
it again.
myself.
So,
oh my god.
So like the commentators are slightly ahead of like the Twitch, that's like the stream that's actually being played on Twitch. So as I looked back then, he just kind of swims up the wall and goes on the crack there. Man, that is well. Regardless, a 3-0 win here for Luau, or a current 3-0 lead for Luau. They haven't won the first set yet. Last Chance, and this isn't the last time we're going to make this joke, trust me. They're not on their last chance yet. If they lose one more, it will be a bracket reset. But you can't go into a bracket reset getting swept 0-4. You got to win at least one game here to kind of get some momentum to build off of, into as it looks like we're heading into an inevitable bracket reset at some point, unless unless Last Chance can find a way to pull off the reverse sweep here.
And now, oh my god, I'm so excited for this map. Waymaker on Manta Maria. This is my map. This is my mode. This is really so much you can do as a frontliner. I really do like to play on that map. And I think Low Ink. I think both teams are going to take opportunity to get those frontliners going, because Manta Maria, it is not Clan Blitz where this game is just pretty much stale because you can defend that well. It's really going to be heated on Waymaker on Manta.
And once again, Last Chance is just being haunted by Luau right now. You see them constantly panicking, trying to find out where that next flank is coming from. They cannot deal with this all these flanks and all this aggression that Luau is throwing at them at this point. Even if you look back at the Clan Blitz game on Humpback, even though they're getting a lot of picks, they can't do anything to capitalize off of it because they're always worried about that one person they don't kill is somewhere behind them or something. So they're having a lot of difficulty creating space. And with a map like this, you can flank through the cut, you can flank through the deep left side. I think it's called the spools area or whatever. So there's a lot of different ways you can sneak in through here for flanks. And Last Chance is just going to be pulling their hair out trying to cover all of it at once.
Another backlineless comp from Luau. They really want to go for the kill right here. And now Waymaker on Manta Maria, they're also getting the first pop real darn quick. And as you said, Last Chance really has the KA on their side, but they somehow have to convert it into pushing power, and that is what they are struggling with right now.
You see the Tetra players sharking here. 2 players do go down for Luau, so there is a bit of an opportunity here for Last Chance to get a lead. Again, their comp is built off of getting leads and then holding on to defense. They're not really built to play from behind, so there was a window there. But they elected not to pick it up just yet. Again, might just be a little bit of nerves going on here at this point as they're waiting for that perfect opportunity to make a push, which, in all honesty, might not present itself as far as a perfect opportunity is concerned. But 2 players going down yet again. Are they going to grab it here? You see the Tetra players sneaking up, trying to knock out the other Tetra player. A very rare Tetra 1v1 that we've actually seen between those two on stream. As Last Chance is going to get their first chance to get a push going here.
And I'm actually pretty excited. Will we see a Manta skip with the Waymaker? Will we see that? But the Anzap, not the L3 has something against it.
How did they survive that?
Yeah, the L3 had some sort of a problem right now with the aim right there, with both sub and main. But it still managed to defend that well. 42 is not much though. Now Luau with a good chance to push that. Someone on the bunker has to reposition himself because he's pretty much.
And I don't saw who's got the splat there, but they're able to.
Fine.
They saved the lead off of that with just 3 points remaining. Now, can they clear out all of the guys trying to flank around here? You can see they're desperately using these specials to hold on to this Rainmaker. Nice pop there of the bubbles to get a pick, and a nice stop there as well. We see the Forge Pro making some key plays right now, and the Rainmaker should be resetting, and it does. So we're halfway through. And the lead is with Last Chance. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think this is the first time they've held a legit lead in this entire set.
This was top tier defense right there from Last Chance. Not gonna lie, this was really insane and intense defending that well. The F Pro with some good splats, making the defense, getting the Anzap, but not before they pop the armor. And now they're pushing over the left side. Never seen that one before.
It almost got them the lead. You saw they weren't too close to getting back to 45, and 2 players going down. As you see, the Forge Pro does go down, but it is currently top fragging for their team. So somebody for Last Chance is kind of stepping up here and making some good plays that's keeping their team in this game. They need to find a way to get that Rainmaker back to mid, though, as it hasn't even been popped yet. So they're kind of, honestly, they're kind of flirting with danger by leaving it there. Last Chance is, it looks like they're purposely not trying to pop it. The Rainmaker is blue, but they're not planning on playing defense for a minute and a half in that one spot, I'm sure.
Oh, and this although the answer is last, but this could take its toll if the answer picks it now, and he stole it. Drift stole it. Drift stole the Waymaker from the hands of the Heavy. That was insane. That was really,
And
that was
and
really
looking to
tough.
pick it right. I don't know if they only so close to getting lead, but players are still alive. Oh, one player going down for Luau, and that is a wipe. That is a wipe. What another clutch play!
Oh
What
my
another-
god!
Last Chance with back-to-back clutch plays here, but you can tell they're playing. They don't want to push the Rainmaker anymore. They are just okay. It does reset, and they don't have to throw anybody off the stage to do it. So with 30 seconds left to go here, you can tell Last Chance they're just playing. They're fine with having 42 remaining. They just want to hold on to it. They're not going to pop the bubble right here. They got it painted their color, but with 15 seconds left to go, make that 10. And Luau is able to pick it up. It's going to come down. Can Last Chance get one more play? And the Forge Pro is the one who's been making all these plays at the right time. Drift getting the opportunity. One player going down, but bubbles are coming out. Are they going to pop the bubbles? They do, and it gets off 2 players. The Rainmaker is the last one. He's not going to survive that. What a play. The Forge Pro making some great plays there, stepping up for Last Chance, and willing their team to a victory there, avoiding the sweep in this first set. What a play.
F-Pro MVP. F-Pro MVP. Really, that was some sick plays right there. But we couldn't forget Drift with Snatch and the Waymaker off. That was really fun to watch. But we saw Mantum and we are pretty darn close. 1 single point. 1 point between those 2 teams. That is what a grand final should look like. And this is really intense, and it's wow, Last Chance really getting a grip on tonight's game. Will they win Anchovy, Muscleforge, and Weave 2 to make the Weaver sweep? Let's see.
You can see the anxiety Last Chance is having right now just off of the way they're playing. They committed to playing defense for basically 3 minutes. I mean, you saw them paint the Rainmaker bubble on their side of the map and not pop it with 1:30 left to go, basically daring Luau to come and get it. And like you saw with Drift coming up, they did get it and tried to reverse course to where the Last Chance players weren't at, but were able to kind of shift back over there to stop the push initially. But yeah, this is what it takes for Last Chance to win a game in the set that has been much more one-sided than what we saw in the winners finals. But we're now going back to Splat zones, in a much more balanced Splat zone map than what we saw earlier at Fort Mackerel. So if Last Chance can find a way to get a win here, that will probably settle them down a little bit and get them back into playing the type of style that got them into the grand finals to begin with.
Absolutely, yeah. Splat zones on Anchovy. As you said, more balanced map. You can play on the far side of the map, so you can avoid the lockdown. Although it's pretty darn easy to watch the zone anyways, so it's going to be intense for both teams to have at least one backline to watch over the zone. Splat zones on Anchovy was actually my last map on Low Ink. Let's see how both teams are going to fight against in Splat zones.
You know, everybody kind of remembers the last map and mode they played on when they win a tournament. As this one won't be it for Luau, even if they win this, but definitely looking to get that bracket reset. We see a Hydra coming out. This is the first time we've seen them drop a heavy in general, so they're electing to go with double armor here and dropping the Forge Pro for the Nautilus. That's not a surprise, but this Hydra Kyo definitely is a surprise from this team.
Yep, absolutely. I did not. I actually expected from Inkling number 4 the heavy remix, but the Hydra as for double armor against double armor might be a good pick though. W with the L3 and Kami already into the office already. This
Two players going down quickly as Luau is saying, no, we don't want to get control of your court. We want to get control of your spawn. And it's working out for them a little bit right now. One in-zap does go down, and Kami finally goes down. So that's going to open up an opportunity for Last Chance to get back in the zone and contest it here. But a lot of points going to the side of Luau initially. And actually, are they going to have the specials needed to kind of cap and take back a zone here? I'm not quite sure. They're having a lot of difficulty finding ways to get control of zone there. The Tetra player opting to just kind of stay on that fan instead of pushing out. Now we see them go out and does get a nice pick on Drift, but points still chipping away. Two players going down. Can they finally find a way to cap? And they do.
They do. Do we force situation right now for Last Chance? Now it's their chance. We did it again for them to push up actually into the lockdown, and they actually do. The ends up painting for the zone, and there you can see there's actually pretty much pressure going on right there against Last Chance as Luau is going to recap the zone, and 27 cooldown points for Last Chance added into the score, and Last Chance pretty much pushed back from them.
They do have the armor ready to go, but the Nautilus dies before the armor gets popped. That's going to be... So now they're going to have a lot of difficulty trying to get back control of their Splat. One armor gets popped off from the Hydra. Can they cancel the splashdown? They do. So, but the Hydra does go down, along with the Inzap before their armor can go online as well. So, 3 players going down. This might be a KO unless the Tetra player can make a hero play here, trying to get several picks, and that pick is not going to come. Last Chance is not going to be able to get back into the zone, and we have a very quick bracket reset coming out here from Luau, as we are going to start all over with a new best of 7. What a set for Luau. What a set for Luau.
Although I didn't expect Luau to win that much, 1-4, that's actually a very good spot for Luau. Now bracket reset. Luau broke down Last Chance once, and now they have to do it again in the bracket reset. That's how double elimination works. We are also going to have different maps for that. As I can see, we are going to start with Sturgeon Shipyard on tower control, and I guess we won't have a break because we are going right into it.
Yes, now as one-sided as that set was, Last Chance did beat Luau in the winners final, so they do have some... They know they can win this set. And now that the score is back to 0-0, if they can find a way to come out and win this first game, that should kind of settle them down and be like, okay, we're back in the lead here, and we're fine. But once again, this tower control map, this tower control mode, that Last Chance just can't beat Luau on. They're going to have a hard time winning this first game. But if they can win this first game, and they can be like, hey, we beat these guys, and we did it on their mode, that's going to do a lot for their psyche as we head into this second set.
Yep, but I think Last Chance is now awake. They won't want to let this slide by the grand finals opportunity. Luau with a very good performance. Only missing that Waymaker Manta mode with 1 point. You can see that Luau is really into the grand finals mode. Last Chance now has to take this last chance to get into the grand finals. They have now a new chance. What do I do? On Sturgeon Shipyard Tower Control, the bracket reset. It's best of 7 again.
Yes, and if Luau doesn't win this next set, then what they did in the first set will be redeemed for literally nothing. as we are now, once again, I've kind of mentioned this before, but as we're looking at the screen that you guys don't see, everybody has readied up, except for Kami on Luau, and again, we all know what weapon Kami is going to use, but they're taking this time to kind of bring their players back down to a more centered level here, and not playing so wild or anything like that. So it's good that they're taking this time to get themselves mentally ready for this last set that we're in, this best of 7 set.
Maybe Kami is actually going for a surprise pick, not picking the Tetris or something. Maybe it's going to be a surprise because because time after time you know how the Tetris are going to work, so they can be easily countered. But as it appears that Kami still sticks with the Tetra even though he didn't ready up, which is okay. We can do that.
There's no other weapon you're going to see Tetra using. Same thing with Naeon on the side of Last Chance. It's been Tetras versus Tetras this entire game, or this entire set. But yeah, no surprise picks out of Luau here. As once again, actually, I think these two teams played on this mode earlier, or at least they did at some point. So the first 30 seconds going down here, Kami does get taken down by Inky number 4, who does have a Booyah Bomb ready to try to stall this push here. If it does come out, will be used to freeze things up at this first checkpoint, which will be stalled. So now it's just a matter of, can Last Chance establish some map control here, which they've been having difficulty do this entire set.
Ooh, W with a bad swap right there into the Robo Bomb and into the Fortune map control right there. Last Chance now with the first push, 94 down though, and they cannot push any further because I think the Grim Reaper will be watching the tower. But Last Chance still managing map control, but they still cannot convert that. They still cannot convert it into points, into actual points. They have the picks, they have everything.
Yes, and we do see another push coming out here from Luau. Actually, it looks like all 4 players are pushing up, and nobody's really paying attention to tower. But okay, somebody's on it now. One player does go down as we see the Nautilus and everyone else shifting back to the tower. And with the tower rider drift, the only one left alive wisely backs off. So once again, the push is stalled. And even though the lead is currently in the favor of Luau, no checkpoint has been cleared by either team. So it's still really anybody's game at this point.
Although Luau's checkpoint, or actually Last Chance checkpoint to defend, is actually cracked down by 1/4, and now Last Chance is getting the first chance. Can they actually do that now? Can they actually convert that now? But the Grim Reaper with the direct against the heavy, and the first checkpoint is reached, but no quarter done, and this gives Luau the opportunity to push back. As we can see, map control is restored, but oh my god, the Tetra from Last Chance with a good double splat, although it's only coming to a trade down though.
Yeah, the spectator cam has been giving Luau's Tetra a lot of love. We haven't really seen a lot of the Last Chance Tetras, but that is a huge double that we've seen out of them right here. Along with the Nautilus getting another pick as well. So once again, an opportunity for Last Chance to try to get past this first checkpoint with about 2 minutes left to go. It is a long checkpoint to get across, but it helps when you get a pick like they just did on Drift there. So they will get lead, but more importantly, will they get past this checkpoint? It looks like they will, as no Luau players are within a country mile of the tower right now, and they're going to be approaching the second checkpoint actually.
And they're actually going to be knocked down. Drift with the Anzap trying to hold onto the tower, but has to face the Booyah Bomb, which does not get onto the tower, which he didn't read. Inkling number 4 with a number 1 Booyah Bomb right there, and keeping the pressure on Luau. They really woke up right now. They don't want to get this tower control set down the drain. As we can see, checkpoint 2 is through. They all through there. Neon trying to get in front line, getting slaughtered by the Grim Reaper. It's a back and forth. I even can't tell what is going on right now. Booyah Bomb. What?
I'll tell you what's going on right now. The remix player is basically slain in front of the tower, and it's working extremely well. That is the first time we've seen Last Chance get that many KAs against Luau and still win the game. And my goodness, that was the win Last Chance needed to turn this entire grand finals around. Again, like we were saying, they hadn't won on tower control against these guys the entire tournament. They've been losing game after game after game in the last set. So finally, now they're at 1-0. They won on Luau's mode. They can finally just take a moment to breathe there. And that was the first time we've seen Last Chance come out and actually start throw punches. Like, did you see how far up that remix player was?
Yeah, it was a front line. It was literally a remix disguised as a front line. This was so insane. But you can actually play that because the player Kaji from Quack and Paradise also played pretty much offense with that thing. So it is actually possible, especially if you can manage that ink shots from the heavy. You're good to go.
Yes, got in a great position to abuse their range there against the range that Luau hasn't really been showing up until this point outside of the range blaster, I guess. But we are moving on to Clam Blitz at Hotel. Every Clam Blitz game these two teams play against each other is crazy and ridiculous, so this is going to be a fun one to watch. And once again, this is the first time we've seen Luau in this grand finals with their backs not necessarily up against the wall, but they are currently losing 1-0, which might be an odd feeling for them considering they won 4-1 in the last set. So now this is the advantage of coming in as the winners in the winners bracket. Whatever happened in the last set doesn't matter now. All the momentum, even though they've only got 2 wins this whole grand finals, all the momentum now is on the side of Last Chance.
Yep. And we saw from Luau in the Abercorn Hotel, it could be very stale. So let's see how it is on Clamblitz, because it's pretty much difficult to score there too, especially if you want to go through the bit. Sorry, that was that was unlucky for me. But if you want to push from the bridge over the, it will get tough, and the ramp is just way too long.
But if you remember watching Luau play this map on Rainmaker, I think they don't realize the bridge actually exists. But we do see... Oh, actually we see Surskit coming out with the C-Jet. An interesting...
15 seconds in and already the Stingray out.
But it's interesting they picked that weapon back up again, because it really wasn't working against Last Chance when they played in Winners Finals. And that was my assumption why they gone anchorless this whole time, but we'll see how C-Jet works out for them in this set, as we see Drift jumping back out, losing a few clams as they do so, but immediately jumping back in.
Yep, and although Drift didn't have that many clams, so it's not a big loss for Luau to push up W with the L3 already on terrace on the Slayer spot to be. Kami gets the slash down denied by Inkling with a job well done, but still score for Luau, but not an optimal one, because now there are more.
Yeah, Inkling getting the pick on that splashdown was huge, because bubbles were out, and if that splashdown had landed, they would have combined with the bubbles to do a lot of damage there. But instead, the splashdown does get canceled, and even though they do score, it's just one clam. So again, a lead technically, but nothing really substantial for Luau at this point, as we see Inkling number 4 once again playing like Inkling number 1, in all honesty, getting into a great position to abuse their range as the Inkjet is drowning on the terrace there, can't really fly over the water and is not being as effective as they could be. And a lot of players
Oh, 2 jumps!
sneaking in.
What? One clamp somehow missed. I think it went against the post, against the football post, on the basket.
Yes.
Oh my god!
I think you're right. Yeah, because they all jumped in from behind. How did they even get back there? Is beyond me. But yeah, that's an I didn't realize, but yeah, that goal post did kind of reject the throw there. Unfortunate. And the lead technically sticking with Luau, but it could have been a lot worse. As we see Stingray coming out here from Surskit.
And now both teams, unfortunately, has thrown away their first push, 80-81. So that means it's still anyone's game. Surskit being the last squib on the blue team, fighting for their lives. Surskit really weak, but still gets splat after splat, and he managed to survive that.
Yeah, that's Surskit kind of. Oh well, I spoke too soon. But Surskit was able to kind of hold on to control of mid there, while most of his teammates were down. So that will kind of affect things over the course of this game, as we do see the Tetra or 2 players going down, I should say, for the side of Last Chance. So this is going to open up the door for Luau to break the barrier. And they do have a lot of clams to kind of keep this push going as well. So they're getting below 50, but 2 players going down, but they do manage to get below 40 before the push ends. That is the first legit push we've seen this whole game.
And that is the first optimal push now that can compensate more super clams coming from Last Chance for the pushes, but still, it is Clamblitz. Everything can happen. Even the unthinkable can happen here in Clamblitz. 1 minute left, Last Chance still twailing. Luau leading with 37-81. Inkling going to push up and gets Terrace Fields with a good splat.
Yeah,
Will they convert it though?
You saw the player that they splatted. Once again, we've seen Luau do this. When they hold on to lead that they like in Clam Blitz, they just kind of grab clams and throw them away so that the other team doesn't get them, instead of trying to get another push going themselves. And that's opening the door for the Tetra players to sneak in. A jump is going to come in. It is underneath the basket this time, but there's no other clams to kind of follow up with it. Now, Last Chance needs to stop this push right now and try to find a way to gather up. I don't know if they still have a Mercy Clam or not. It looks like they do. Okay, so this will go to overtime, but it just comes to matter if Luau's going to try to end the game now by finding a way to throw that ball in that they have, but no, they're tossing it away. And once again, they're electing to say play defense. They're saying, come and get us. And it looks like Last Chance is saying, okay. Oh, but the bubbles do get kind of denied there, and 2 players going down. So Luau electing to turtle up. And, but 1 player does sneak in, but it's not enough time. So there you go. And actually, Luau did find a way to score as time was running out, but it didn't matter. The game was over, basically.
Yeah.
So.
Norizuke actually attempting the little shortcut going through the mid bridge, and this didn't work out because you saw Luau really wanted to shut the big doors for New Albacore and taking that win on game 2. That means 1 by 1 they are squared up, and now we are going to have some Splat Zones action on Starfish main stage.
Yes, and this is I can't remember. Did these 2 teams play on this mode already? No. I'm thinking of some other team. We did the Rainmaker game on this mode. Luau did, but this wasn't Splat Zones. Honestly, this, as strong as we've been seeing Inkling number 4 playing, this is a good map to use Remix on. This is especially if you want to play it aggressively, because you can use the run speed that you should be wearing with a Remix to kind of abuse the speed you can use on both the left and right grates that are on this map. So this might be a good combo map that works into Last Chance's favor to help kind of counter the aggression that they've been seeing from Luau this whole tournament.
Yeah, we saw both teams, Last Chance and Luau, pretty much aggressive with the Tetris, and now because of splashdowns, the zones could be overtaken pretty darn quickly, because it's only one zone in Starfish main stage, and it's not the largest one. So actually, one splashdown and a little bit of ink can actually overthrow the zone for their favors. And let's see that in action now.
If either team can actually land one of their splashdowns from their Tetra players, that is.
Yeah, I can agree on that. It's not the day of the splashdown today, so
no surprise from either team with comps coming out here. I guess the Nautilus instead of the Forge Pro, but once again, Splatlings do work out pretty well here as we see Surskit popping some armor initially with an Inkjet ready to go. And is able to get a nice pick on the Nautilus as well. So Zone going to Luau, as is control of the map and the lead.
Yep, and we see Luau already wanting Last Chance to lock them out. And they do a good job, Surskit collecting the armor for the frontliners to keep it up. Ikami a little bit has no really a job to do right now at their pit.
Yeah, it's Luau taking control of this map and not really giving the zone back, not even giving a hint of the zone back. But the Nautilus going down. I was just about to say, if Last Chance can find a way to get a pick or two, they can get the zone back. But a lot of specials online for Luau, and not many points remaining as armor is coming out. Nobody is dying. Actually, nobody has died for Luau this entire game. But the splashdown coming out, or the Booyah Bomb able to clap zone. Wow, what a change of pace now. But they're still gonna have to. Well, okay,
the double splat!
They're gonna have to find a way to get splats, and the remix player doing just that. But still, if you look at the top of the screen, other players for Last Chance is going to have to find a way to get something going here if they want to find a way to come back and win this.
It's in all of a sudden, it's just went the other way. Usually, Last Chance is that team with a high KA, but now it's actually Luau with a good KA count for the favor. And as I was talking about, one splashdown and a little bit ink can actually cap the zone, as we could saw on Last Chance.
Yes,
and they really do struggle that.
Until they start getting picks, though, they can cap the zone all they want, but until they start killing people, there's nothing they can do to chip away at this lead. They're going to have to hold it for a good chunk of time with only 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. And Luau, with not many penalty points left to go on their part, as soon as the penalty points are gone, this game's going to be over. So yeah, we need to see some picks coming out right now for Last Chance if they want to find a way to win this one.
Yep, and there is another splashdown, and it only kept the zone half, but now Last Chance has it entirely. Inkling number 4 on the far right side, trying to reach for the stars right now, for the zone, but actually fighting against many of Luau, which is trying to stop the heavy from capping the zone, which now has Booyah Bomb and is recapping it, but only halfway done.
Yes, the zone, like I said, actually there's still not many penalty points left. A nice pick there, but Inkling getting flanked, is able to get the trade, but I don't know if the trade is going to be enough to allow the zone to get painted into Last Chance's favor, and it is not. Game 3 is going to go into the favor of Luau. So Luau, who found themselves down 0-1, is now going to go back to the tower control map and mode that has been working out for them so well up to this tournament. And the question now is going to be, can Last Chance win 2 games on tower control against this aggressive Luau team?
But Last Chance won Sturgeon Shipyard Tower Control, so in this set, it could be entirely different. It could be a different world. It could just spin right around. So if Last Chance is winning this one on Mako Mart, which is actually, in my opinion, the best map mode combination, in my opinion.
Yes.
If they can manage to win this, things are going to get heated, because then the teams are tied up again for the second time in this set. So I think they're gonna be filled up, but Luau just want to take the low ink trophy home and finally be banned from this tournament. But also does Last Chance too.
Also want to give a quick reminder to everybody listening to make sure you stick around for after the grand finals, as we do have a major announcement to give out. You might be redeeming more than literally nothing, so stick around for after grand finals for that big announcement. As we get back to the action that's going on in the game, though, this is a pretty good in-zap map. Well, I guess you could say that about every single map in this game, honestly. But for a team that loves to run double in-zap on tower control, like we see Luau likes to do, this is once again going to be another map that's kind of in their favor to win. But once again, for Last Chance, if they can find a way to win this one, it would be huge to kind of carry the momentum into the rest of this bracket reset grand finals. And of course, they don't want to go down 1-3 with one more win costing them the tournament.
Yep, and we do see, I think the comp will be the same, because it was always the same. We're going to see a bit of a change, but yeah, a Last Chance, no change on Luau neither. So I think it's going to be very much stale. Both teams do know what's to win in the comp, but no team has interest on countering these things.
The only interesting pick is that they are using the L3 instead of the Grim Range Blaster that they've been using for tower control. Other than that, this is pretty much bread and butter, what you should be expecting from these two teams at this point. But 3 players going down quickly for Luau, as we see Last Chance approaching this first tower, or this first checkpoint. The first checkpoint not being the most difficult one in the world to pass. The second one is, but clearing this first checkpoint early will open up the door for them to get to that second checkpoint more often. And actually, they might be able to do that just now, as we're in a 2v2 situation. Can they land this splashdown? They do, but redeems literally nothing by doing so. So that looks like to be the end of this push for now. But once again, the first checkpoint falling is huge for Last Chance in the first minute.
That was well said from you, not gonna lie. But yeah, first checkpoint is done for Last Chance. But the first checkpoint is actually hard to defend, so I think in Mako Mart, first checkpoints are not gonna last long. Even more important are checkpoint 2 and 3. The last 2 checkpoints, Inkling riding the tower again, scoring more than 60 points, coming it down to the second checkpoint, and still the L3 getting the splat on the heavy.
And a trade going down here, as it looks like Last Chance is going to be approaching this checkpoint yet again, but W keeping an eye on it with their L3, trying to make sure they don't get to this checkpoint, because if that second one falls for Luau, they're going to be in big trouble for the rest of this match. Even though we only got about 3 minutes left to go here, Luau has yet to get any kind of push going. But they look to be in a position to do something like that now. They do have control of mid. They don't have the picks yet, but they're looking to try to get them. It's just going to come down to which team can get the pick first. And this little stalemate we're going here, as the Tetris does trade with the remix. Can W get a pick here with the Inkjet? It looks like they do, actually, as 2 players have gone down for the side of Last Chance, and a first push finally coming out now for Luau.
And this is what I meant. Checkpoint 1 is easily to get into, so it's not that important. But now Luau looking for the second checkpoint, which has not been reached by Last Chance yet, so they have to defend it like gods right now. in order to keep the lead, but they cannot manage to hold that any longer. Checkpoint 2 is cracked. Checkpoint 2 is through. Inkling gaining the Splat, but sadly way too late. And the L3 riding the tower and approaching.
Still going.
Approaching checkpoint 3 in a good manner. And that could be a good opportunity now for Luau.
It was basically a 1v4 situation. Yeah, they cleared the checkpoint, but adding even more points on top of that is huge for Luau. And a little bit of a miscue there by last chance to not realize that the L3 was still in a position to keep that push going. But they have gained control of mid here. They're going to need to get a lot of picks because they do have a lot of work they need to do in this closing minute here. And trades just aren't going to get it done. But if you're Luau, you should be happy with getting trades at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see at the top UI, teams are balanced as really. It's not really a 1v4 or 2v4, never appeared to be honest. It's always 4v4, 3v3, 2v2, or even a 1v1, which is actually insane. Such major opportunities are really rare. And Luau is still pushing that down. The NZ missing the jump on their snipe, but still going into this third checkpoint.
About 30 seconds left to go here. They're approaching the third checkpoint. Looking to get the KO here. As that checkpoint does fall and 2 players are down, I don't see a way they can stop this KO. So a great rebound by Luau, who now puts last chance. Are we going to say it?
Yes.
Okay.
Do it.
They are now... This is now... Well, I mean, I guess technically it's not their last chance, but they can't lose any more games from here on out if they want to find a way to win this tournament. It backs totally up against the wall there as they let a good opening kind of slip away from them as Luau is able to bounce back. And if you look at the map list for the rest of the set, if Last Chance is able to do a bracket reset, they are going to have to play a Game 7 once again on tower control. But if you're Last Chance, you don't need to worry about that right now. You just need to keep your eyes on this game right here, which is going to be Rainmaker at Piranha Pit.
So Last Chance is not going to not see Black Belly Skate Park on tower control. It's sadly inevitable for Last Chance, and Luau actually won that because Last Chance did that defense thing because they want to get the early lead and then defend that thing, but it didn't work out well, so Luau punished that real good. But Last Chance can still get this Weaver sweep done with Waymaker, Piranha Pit, and Flamblitz on Snapper Candle following up, which will be interesting. I think Last Chance is aware of the situation right now and will strike back.
And if you remember the last time we saw these 2 teams play Rainmaker, it was on Manta Maria. And we saw the Forge Pro just make hero play after hero play that kept Last Chance in on that one. But now that we got a Piranha Pit, I guess the question is Surfskit going to bust out the Sea-Jet or not to go with Stingray? I think we can assume that we're going to see the hero Splat lane coming out from Last Chance with Stingray on their side as well. But who knows? Maybe now that their backs are totally against the wall, we might see something completely crazy that they haven't shown at any point in this tournament. So who knows what we will see as both teams are letting the time run out.
But I do not think that we are going to see a 52 deco on Piranha Pit, especially on Waymaker, even though it has Stingray for this map. But let's see. Yeah, heavy on Last Chance. I think they're going to want the Nautilus heavy comp again. No, they don't. Okay, I didn't pay attention to the last games though.
Going with the Forge. The Forge worked out so well on Manta Maria. If you're gonna lose, if you're gonna go down in this tournament, might as well go down swinging with the Forge that kind of brought you here to begin with. And no Sea-Jet from the side of Luau, Surskit opting to go with the double in zap. That once again has been very effective for them up to this point. But 2 players going down here. But Last Chance has always been kind of hesitant to pick up Rainmaker, but they do have an opportunity to kind of do that just now. But Surskit's still alive, and I thought Surskit was actually going to pick it up right there.
But what I have noticed, no Stingray for Luau. They are actually abandoning the Stingray on this long map, especially for Waymaker, which is actually pretty crucial, A for the long map and B for the Waymaker. But it could work out if they play aggressive enough and can defend that well. They can actually take home that W.
Yes, but they're just not going to have a Stingray ready in case they need it at the end of the game here. But if they get a huge push here from the opening, they're going to get up the ramp and possibly more. This might be the lead that they need to win the entire game. This might actually be a KO if Kami can get a few more picks. The Tetra player splash downs and a double splash down. The Rainmaker does go down, but the Splatling is the last player left alive. Inkling number 4 saving the game by taking down Kami on the Tetras, but a pretty damaging score. Oh, this push might not actually be over yet, as you see a lot of Luau players jumping in, but they are dying. One more player going down, so the Rainmaker will reset. But the pressure now all on Last Chance as we see Stingray and Bubbles ready along with Armor, but they're going to have to find a way to get a good push off here pretty soon.
I think more the pressure is now, on Last Chance. You were right, I thought it was on Luau, but I was a bit brain dead there. Now, Last Chance, has to answer now, as this is the final game before Luau takes home that W, and the Tetra really with a strong job managing the base for them. And now having that 33 lead, which is actually pretty strong. This is actually the top platform if you go the first ramp. And now they are going to push even further.
This Stingray has to shut this push down if Last Chance wants to find a way to win this game. It doesn't do just that. And more points are going to be coming down. Possibly a KO right here. Can Surskit put Luau into the finals? No, they do not. But with 1 point remaining, this is going to have to be a comeback for the ages from Last Chance if they want to keep their hopes alive. But they are still playing here. This is still a game they can win if they find a way just to get a wipe or two at the right time. First, they're going to let this Rainmaker reset. You do see the Heavy doing some work there. Already 12 KA with about a minute 45 left to go. But the map is completely in Luau's favor right now.
Yeah, this map is really just purple right now. With Last Chance having some struggles right now. Luau managing to take on the W as in the losers bracket. Luau actually lost against Last Chance before, and now they're actually winning it. They're going to take revenge for that Clamlets game. And it works out pretty well. Map control still in their favor, and we have 1 minute left. And still 1 point for Luau. So Last Chance has still to do their first push in the game.
Look at the aggression that Luau is bringing out here. Luau looks like they're the team that is yet to get a push going and has 1 point remaining before they lose. They are playing so aggressive. They don't want... they do not want them to even pick up the Rainmaker. And it's working out so well. 40 seconds left to go. And like you said, they still haven't even touched the Rainmaker, much less get it somewhere close to getting the lead off. So when they pick up the Rainmaker here, if they pick it up, they're not going to have multiple pushes to keep trying to chug it down the path. They're going to have to get it all in one push. And it's going to be extremely difficult to do so, considering they can't even get out of mid.
Yeah, this still map control is now contested, but still in favor of Luau. 10 seconds left. Now Last Chance has to get a last second pick now. Are they going to pick the winner? They lost it! And this is game, set, match, and the championship and the ban for Luau. They are Low Ink champions August 2020.
You know, I talked to Sir Skit earlier this week. He reached out to me and said if he should even sign up for Ludi because it was questionable whether his team was good enough or not. I told him, look, go ahead and sign up and win this thing and get banned the right way. And Luau is now officially champions, and they are now, as you said, banned from Low Inc. And for the second tournament in the row, the team coming from the losers bracket has forced a bracket reset and has won. And Luau winning 8 games and only giving up 2 against the team that beat them in winners finals. What a set and what a performance by Luau. And obviously a really great performance by Last Chance throughout this entire tournament. They just ran into a team that just got hot at the right time in Luau.
In my opinion, it was a completely different team from one game to another. Luau really had some struggles against the Last Chance, really did also some backline comms, and for Last Chance in the grand finals, they went anchorless and they did get the win because they really held on to the frontline strategy, which worked out pretty darn well. So good job to Luau on winning this tournament. Whew. That was intense.
That was. Okay, so now I believe we're going to go ahead and kick it over because the people who get paid more than we do have just joined the VC.
This is the moment you all have been waiting for.
Yes, there will be a big announcement going out. Me and Kyo are going to be signing off. But before we do that, once again, congratulations to Luau on a fantastic tournament win, getting banned from Low Inc. in August 2020. And now we're going to kick it over to Hoenn and Kraken Mare, who are about to blow your guys' minds.
Hello, everyone. I'm Hoenn Hero, and also here is Kraken Mare.
Hello.
And we're the head TOs for Low Inc. along with JPEG. We originally founded it back in August of 2018 or September of 2018, depending on how you look at it. But either way, first of all, congratulations to Luau on a job well done, fighting their way back through the losers bracket, through the bracket reset to get those 8 wins needed to take home this tournament. That's really hard to do, honestly. It's not easy to win Low Inc., and you've done a fantastic job to take that home, so congratulations to you. So, as you all have probably seen over the past 2 or 3 days, we have been promising a major announcement that is going to basically shake the community up in a good way. I promise you, it's good. So, we're going to talk about that now.
Yeah, definitely. This project has now been in the works for well over a year, near a year and a half. This was in the works all the way back in April of 2019. Some of you may remember the only part that's ever been public so far is a 2v2 tournament we did in April. We've had many setbacks since then, but now's the time that we finally get to show it off. Inky, roll the clip.
There you have it, guys. Low Inc., after all this work that we put in to improve this community, we've decided we're not doing enough with just Low Inc. Low Inc. has become Inkling Performance Labs, a tournament organization much like Ink TV was and Endgame TV is, that is going to focus on bringing high-quality Splatoon 2 tournaments to help this community grow and improve.
Yeah, we have been working on this, like I said, for over a year now. We finally we finally get to announce something related to. We've been crazy. It's breaking my mind just to talk or to be here to finally say it's been time. Every step of the way we had different things that just held us back. XYZ. We finally got the people together that we need to. People like Inky, Vincent, JPEG, just to name a few. People like you've just heard, Pop Gun on the mic here. All these people, finally, we can get these projects going together. And we are now bringing 2 additional tournaments to start here in the month of September, and more to come in the future.
Yes, we're not done. This is not the end-all, be-all of IPL, which is short for, of course, Inkling Performance Labs. But Inkling Performance Labs has plans for the future that we are not done with yet, and therefore have not announced today. So, obviously, keep an eye out as we continue to improve and evolve, receive community feedback, and work to bring this community together and grow it even more. So, let's talk about the tournaments, Kraken, unless you have something else to talk about first.
No, nothing first. Of course, we'll go ahead and start with the baby that we all know and love. Low Inc., the one that you all just watched, the grand finals where Luau won. We're going to continue Low Inc. for the future. We are celebrating our 2-year anniversary this coming month. We will have it the last week of September, which will be the 26th and 27th of September. We are planning a bunch of extra stuff. We will be coming with more details as time goes on.
It's a big, important celebration for us. We tried to start Low Inc. in August, but we got only 1 team. Can you believe that? A single team signing up for Low Inc. And that's it. And then everything starts growing in September. This year has been huge for us. January, we jumped to 50 teams, and then February, we jumped to 70 teams, and we've just been growing like crazy. It's just been honestly great, the amount of support you guys have given. The last 3 months, we've been at or extremely close to 100 teams participating in this tournament. And so, our next tournament is a new one. So, next up, we have Sink or Swim, which is going to be a weekly tournament, Jerry's Crowns Cup time slot, which was a previous weekly tournament. So, Sink or Swim's goal is going to be to provide you guys with time to practice against other competitive teams on a weekly basis. So, again, every week, Wednesday night. It'll also track stats for teams so you can see your progress from week to week and help you establish connections to other similarly skilled opponents within the community.
Sink or Swim will start on September 9th. So we are just a little bit more than a week out from that tournament's beginning. So make sure to stop in and sign up for Swim or Sink.
And the other new tournament, other than Swim or Sink, is Testing Grounds. Testing Grounds is a bi-weekly, meaning every 2 weeks, twice a month tournament, and it'll be run on Friday nights in the same time slot as Bleck and Spoon, BNS, everyone's favorite tournament that we all still miss. It's not as frequent as BNS, but it's still going to be in that time slot and really provide a lot of what BNS did. So the series is aimed to give teams and viewers a platform for finding and testing new ideas for tournament play, as well as to get involved in the competitive Splatoon community. There will be a lot of advertising focus on areas of the Splatoon community that really are just overlooked. YouTube, Reddit, Facebook, there's massive communities there that are just ignored. The community is very much separated, and one of the goals of IPL is to bring this community together, and that's going to be one of Testing Grounds' goals here.
Yeah. The first Testing Grounds will begin on September 18th. So it's a little bit farther away. A week after we'll start Swim or Sink. So every week we're going to have something in September, some big event, along with those continued tournaments, such as Swim or Sink will start on the 9th, and it will continue the week after and then the week after that. But Testing Grounds will begin on the 18th of this month, September 18th.
And while that is the last consistently running tournament we're going to announce today, we do have one other tournament to talk about, and that is the unnamed tournament that has been shown on stream multiple times today. So the unnamed tournament's goal is to allow us, IPL staff, to test various things. In this case, we're testing out Smash GG. Now, don't worry, we're not shifting any of our tournaments away from Battlefy. We do not feel Smash GG is the greatest bracket site to use for things, but we do want to learn more about how the site works behind the scenes for other projects, which we'll talk about more in the future. It's basically a big research thing, and we'd greatly appreciate it if you guys would sign up and participate in that. We are not expecting a major turnout, but if we get a reasonable number of teams, that would be great. It is on the 5th of September at noon EDT, 1 hour before Low Ink normally starts. So take whenever Low Ink starts, round 1 starts in your time zone, and shift the time back by 1 hour. You can see the full set of times up on stream, and you can find all that information in our Discord server, of course.
As you mentioned, it starts the 5th. There is a prize to celebrate us starting IPL. We have a batch of IPL stickers. The winning team will win a collection of IPL stickers, and these are printed in your hand. These are real life stickers. They aren't just, all right, here's some stuff online. These are real packs of stickers that will be sent to you. So we are super excited for that sort of stuff. And I should mention, every single one of these new tournaments is open to everyone. You do not have to be in the low ink skill bracket to participate in Swimmer Sync or Testing Grounds or the unnamed tournament. This is open to everyone. We are not just
we're not here for only lower levels.
Yes.
We're not here for low level players only. We're here for this whole community.
We'll be doing our best for the community as time goes on. Yes.
So, speaking of our Discord server, you may be wondering where all these tournaments are going to be hosted. The Low Ink Discord server shortly after this stream will be undergoing a bit of construction work to become one server for all of our tournaments. The way this will work, because we don't want to overload everyone with information, is we're going to be using a role react system. After you read the server rules, you can react with a role to gain access to a category containing all the channels you need for a given tournament. In addition, getting any role will give you access to a general community category. If you are already in the Low Ink server, you already have the Low Ink role on you now, so you don't need to give yourself Low Ink again. If you want to remove that, you can do that by just going to the role reaction area and clicking Low Ink twice to give it to yourself and then remove it. But yeah, and of course, if you want to add more, just go there, add those roles. So we'll be making this public, updating the server shortly after this. It's the same server for Low Ink, so if you're not already there, you should join. That's where we're going to run everything.
We're super excited. You'll be seeing a lot of transitioning. You'll be seeing transition on our Twitter. We will be using the same Twitter. So and it's already transitioned to the new at IPL Splatoon. It is not at Low Ink Splatoon like it used to be. If you were already following it, you are already following us. You're going to get all of our news. So, but anyone that is not following it, you can follow our Twitter for news. We also have a Facebook page that went live actually last night, but it is at IPL Splatoon as well. So everywhere we are at IPL Splatoon. You may have seen me creeping in the on Inky's stream right now with the account called IPL Splatoon. That is our official Twitch, so you can also follow us there.
All tournament streams will be on IPL Splatoon on Twitch from now on. In addition, we also have a website we created for IPL Splatoon, which contains information on all our tournaments and all our staff as well, and will be updated as we grow. And that is iplabs.inc, as JPEG has helpfully spammed in the chat for me. From there, you'll find links to everything. There's a few things that aren't ready, like our such as Patreon, which will be undergoing an update shortly. So keep an eye on that for a revamp of Patreon if you're interested in helping us fund our prize pools, because there will be prize pools for tournaments.
And let's just also say we plan on doing some giveaways to celebrate here in this month. Cough, cough, more information on that soon enough. So make sure to stay tuned to all of our social medias, because we will be announcing those on our different social medias.
Have we covered everything? I think we have covered everything to announce, at least for now. Obviously, there are more coming in the future, but for now, I think we want to go ahead and open the chat to questions. If you guys have any questions, we would be happy to answer them for you as best as possible. And one thing to remember before we start answering, though, is remember that IPL is something that grows and evolves. If we receive community feedback that something needs to be improved, we will look at that and make improvements. So constructive criticism is appreciated. Just don't be a jerk about it, and we'll be happy to listen to you. It's that simple.
Yeah, we've been listening to criticism, constructive criticism since day one of Low Ink. Most of you guys have seen everything we've tried to do to change it and make it better. Yeah, I know not everything is a home run, but we want to try it and try to make those improvements. The first question I want to answer, why is FB 1 AM? Everything is kind of starting related to NA right now. A lot of our staff is. We want to eventually expand elsewhere, but one of the biggest things we found was that NA doesn't have any of these stable things, but stable tournaments. At least right now in the EU community, there is a few weeklies such as Paddling Pool that consistently go about. So that was kind of our beginning to start there. Let's start here. Let's get a weekly for NA going, because we do not have a consistent NA weekly right now. Mm-hmm. And then, we actually managed to talk to Raizen Snack. Funny enough, we brought them into, or we just had a conversation about it, and they brought up that they wanted to do testing grounds. And so we came together, and that's why we actually are adding 2 tournaments at about the same time slot.
All right.
But, yeah.
So our next question we have, actually, sorry, did you want to finish?
Nope, go ahead.
So when are actual money matches coming? I'm going to interpret that as when is something like Pay to Splat coming? As in you pay to play in the tournament and that funds the prize pool. At this time, we have considered that, but we are currently not working on that setup at this time. Really, it comes down to, is the community willing to do that? I'm honestly unsure right now. We don't want to commit to something like that unless we know the community is, A, we think it's good for the community, B, the community is interested in it. We're definitely willing to look into pretty much anything. For example, we're looking into something for Oceania, possibly. Like, that's a very, very early thing, so don't expect anything for a while, but if ever, because again, it's an idea. But I've been told Oceania does not have a lot of tournaments or anything, and they need that if the Oceania scene is going to grow. Kraken, if you want to take the next non-meme question.
Non-meme question. Hey, we like our meme questions. Why is Hoenn main the Aerospray? He doesn't, I do. As I mentioned, I just kind of quickly go over, someone mentioned time zones. Eventually, we want to expand elsewhere. We have thoughts of it, but as of right now, we have to start somewhere, one step at a time. We've always thought about different time zones, different things for different time zones.
All right, so next up, Ian600 said, will there be new opportunities to work with you guys with these new projects? Graphics, streamings, etc. Any way to help? Absolutely. So, Low Ink, every month, except when we feel like we have enough staff or something like that, we'll put out a temporary staff and commentator forum. So that allows people from anywhere, and we had about 33 applications last month. We couldn't take them all on, unfortunately. We can only take like 4 on. But you come in, you get to help us run Low Ink and learn how tournaments are run. So if you want to run your own tournament, for example, and you want to learn, that's a great asset for that. The only problem with it right now is just we can't take everyone, and there's so many people that want in. So we will be looking into expanding that into other tournaments possibly. Again, that's not something that I can just say, yeah, we're doing this, because we haven't talked to other people about that yet. But what I'd like to do is make opportunities available for help in really anywhere. So if you are an artist and you want to help us out, okay. If you're a programmer and you want to help us out, okay. That kind of stuff. In fact, we have a GitHub too. If you go to the website, you'll see there is a GitHub on the sidebar. We have a number of programming projects there. and more stuff to come.
Yeah. Staff applications. Obviously, every month for months and months now, we've had open staff applications. We plan to continue those for Low Inc. We may not necessarily always go into the other tournaments. Those are going to be decided by their TOs. And they may, hey, see somebody did really well in Low Inc. and ask them to come into their tournaments as well. I can't speak for the other tournaments, but I can speak for Low Inc. that we plan to continue that. That is one of our core missions, is to help the community grow. And that includes helping people TO, even if they don't end up sticking with IPL or Low Inc. We want them to continue to grow with that. The next thing I want to hit is choosing map and modes for these tournaments. This is one of the biggest questions that we have gotten. We've put a lot of effort in, and there is no one solution that will fit all. At the end of the day, there never will be. Each tournament is going to be a little bit differently, but I will speak about Low Inc. itself. With what we are doing is we are taking information through different polls that have happened throughout the time of Splatoon 2's existence, and we are weighting each map. So the stronger it did, we're giving a little more weight, while maps that did worse are going to appear less often. So at the end of the day, you are still going to have Moray Towers, you're still going to have Kelp Dome, but they're going to show up less often in the long term than things like Mako Mart or other maps that are considered highly valued. We do plan to try to do a map poll ourselves eventually, but as of right now, we haven't done that. So each tournament will do it themselves. So you'd have to contact TOs there how they want to do it. I believe some are going to kind of follow what our weighted system, but that'll be on a tournament by tournament basis. There will not be a IPL. This is what we do, at least as of yet. Holland?
Alright, do we have any further questions? I know someone mentioned an issue with the removing their Low Inc role. If you go ahead and go to the role reaction channel and you click a role that you would like, you'll gain access to all the other channels again. So you should be able to see rules and roles. If you cannot see a rules and roles channel at the top of the server, please let us know. And the server is a bit under construction. Again, there may be a few issues. We will be thoroughly testing everything when we get off stream and making sure everything's up to date, because there's a few things to change. But do we have any questions currently? You can't see that channel.
We can go ahead and PM. You can PM one of us, and we'll be glad to maybe have a conversation with you when we're done with this. We'll be glad to help if you can't figure it out. We want to make sure everyone can see everything.
Explicitly granted read to everyone in the server, so you should be able to see it. It's at the very top of the server, to be clear.
Mm-hmm. We are glad to see that some of you are already starting to get those roll reacts going. We love to see those roll reacts. We want this to be an experience for the community. It's for you guys. We want, hey, we are interested in this. We only want to see this. We don't want to be pinged 10 times about a tournament I'm not interested in.
Yeah.
So that's why we're doing this roll react system. So the server is basically customized for you. It is your server. This is what I am interested in. This is what I am not interested in.
And that's
the greatest thing about the system.
And the reason we do one server, it's annoying when you're at like 100 servers, like a lot of us in the community are, to have to leave a server to join another tournament. So if we end up running 8 tournaments or something consistently, and you have to be in 8 servers for us, that's annoying. It's better to just be in this one server and be able to change your reactions whenever you feel like, to make categories appear, disappear, subscribe, and unsubscribe to notifications. So yeah, and of course you can always collapse categories if it's just like there's too many channels appear, but I don't want to unsubscribe for notifications or something.
Mm-hmm.
So you can selectively mute areas, etc.
We will have a sort of monthly ping. We want to have a monthly schedule of sorts. So everyone will get those. But other than that, we want to really keep it pretty low amount of pings. Maybe a second one if there's something major that comes up in the middle of the month or something like that. But that should keep it that at everyone pings are very low, at most one or two a month. That is our goal with this system as well. So you are only getting information that you would like. And this keeps it where you only have to have one slot for us. And if you're staff, maybe a second staff server.
If you're working with us, we do have a separate staff server. So if you're gonna work for us, do keep in mind you'll need 2 servers, just because we can't. There comes a point where we do actually have to cut things into a separate server, and staff is a good cutoff point. Staff, production, commentating, etc., is done in a separate server on purpose. But yeah,
we appreciate everything that you guys have done from participating to supporting us by watching things like this stream and being with us for some people well over 2 years with what was the roots of Low Ink being supporting us all the way back then. It means so much to me to have been there that long and how long we've been around, and we just want to give back to you guys. That's what this is. This is us giving back to you. It's just as little as we can for as much as you've given us. You know, Splatoon to me personally has meant so much for these last 5 years as a player, as a TO, you know, as a streamer, someone that's commentated. I've done a little bit of everything, gone to LANs. It means so much to me, and I want to do my best to give back to you guys personally.
At the person who's still having issues, I will make sure that read message history is enabled because it might be disabled or something, but I'm going to explicitly give read message history. Try to hard refresh your page if you're still having issues. Thank you very much. The other thing I wanted to mention, if you...
if there is issues, we found that in our testing. Discord has fixed the bugs from my knowledge. Sometimes you may not see message history. It should be enabled in every channel, so if you're not seeing message history, just Control R while looking at Discord and it will refresh your Discord and it should show everything again. So that bug should be fixed, but you know, it may, for certain users, may have issues.
Yeah, so the other thing I wanted to mention, this community, one thing that I feel like was forgotten back when we originally created Low Ink was this community is founded upon its players, especially those at the lower level because there's usually more of those. That's why we did Low Ink specifically, but it's players in general. So we are here to work for you within reason, of course. We are here to improve this community and make it great, basically. Do our best to make it bigger, more combined, etc. So, yeah. Does anyone else have any questions they want to ask at this time? Or
we'll be glad to answer more in different places. You can PM. My DMs are always open. I may not respond right away. You can always PM me. I'm cracking there at the top of the list. So I'll be glad to answer them. Or if you have trouble with the new systems, etc., we want to make sure you guys are having a good time here with IPL. Whew. We got a lot to still do. We got to change the name. Obviously, it's still Low Ink. It still has a Low Ink icon, but we'll have a new icon here soon enough. The Twitter is changed over, and still other places we got to do.
I will work on making up area for anyone who doesn't have any kind of role to be pulled into or something. But another thing, someone asked, why don't I play Splatoon? That's not IPL related, but I will answer that because it kind of is. This kind of thing, Low Ink, IPL, it's an absolutely massive amount of work on top of what I already do, admin on Pokemon Showdown, and the fact that I'm in college too. So with the amount of all that, I do not have the time to be a competitive player. So at this point, it's either run IPL or play competitive Splatoon. And honestly, while playing competitive is fun, it really is, I do really enjoy working on IPL, and I want to work on IPL.
Alrighty. If we don't have any further questions, I think we want to let Inky rest. He's been streaming all day for us. He's our guy behind the cameraman here for at Low Ink. So I'm sure he wants to get some rest. He's been doing this now for hours.
I have to be up early tomorrow.
It's 5 hours and 30 minutes into the stream. Yeah. Smork, I would say you're not allowed, considering what I know your history is. But anyone who's questioning your low ink eligibility, you have to go to low ink and ask about that to this Discord. So yeah, instruct please. This is turning into memes, so I think we're gonna start wrapping up here. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and put the Discord link in chat. We will be tweeting about stuff. If you have any issues with the server, we are going to start looking into things, making sure things are. Our workday is not done here. Low ink is over, but we have to do announcements for that. We have to do IPL announcements. We have a lot of stuff to do. We greatly appreciate all the support you can give. Get the word out that this exists to every corner of the Splatoon community, guys. It's time to start the future.
Whew. We're all excited to be doing this for you. Alrighty. I think it's time to sign off. You guys are the best. Love you all. And we'll see you with each IPL tournament.
We'll see you this week, actually.
Yeah. We'll have an announcement on the 1st. That'll be our first major announcement, I believe. Will be our monthly schedule.
Bye, guys. Thank you for all the support.
I'm not muted, sorry.
Super Luigi Galaxy.